Chapter 23. Alexe Blyad. So she knows. The champagne turns bitter on my tongue. I set the glass down carefully, buying seconds to think, to calculate. What am I supposed to tell her if I lie? I'll be an even bigger piece of shit than she already thinks I am. Than I already am. Not to mention she wouldn't believe me. The truth is written all over my face. I can feel it in the way my jaw has locked. In the sudden stillness of my body. Lying would just push her away more. Maybe permanently. Pizdets. I look at Stella. Really look at her. The mother of my daughter. The woman who somehow broke through defenses I spent decades building. Her eyes are wide. Waiting. Already glistening with tears, she's fighting to hold back. I have no choice. I must tell her the truth and bear the consequences. It's true. Easy. Voice steady, despite the chaos in my chest. I did. Her sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. She hadn't expected honesty. Had prepared for denials. For manipulation. For the dance of lies most men would attempt. I am not most men. She stands abruptly, moving away from me. One hand pressed against her mouth, as if physically holding back words or perhaps screams. I remain seated, giving her space, watching as the reality settles over her. Tears slide silently down her cheeks. Not the dramatic sobbing I've seen in movies, but the quiet devastation of someone whose worst fears have been confirmed. Are you ready to hear the story behind it? I ask finally. It may change the way you look at your father. Her head snaps up, anger flashing through the grief. Don't you dare try to justify. I'm not justifying anything. I interrupt, just offering context. The full truth. She pulls further away, wrapping her arms around herself. There's nothing you can say or do to make this better, she says hoarsely. Nothing. I would never try. Stella, there's no way to make this thing better. But listen anyway. She's stiff. Her body, radiating emotion. But she nods. I take a deep breath. This story has lived inside me. Festering, like an untreated wound. Now I'm about to lance it. With no guarantee the infection won't kill what's between us. Some background first. Before I tell you what happened, Isai, don't think you can wheedle your way out of this with some kind of sob story, she says sharply. I don't. But you need to understand some things about how it all began. I take a breath as I figure out how to put it all into context. I had a short relationship with Olga, Bobik's mother. After we went our separate ways, she called me one day to say she was pregnant. I was 24 at that time, and I had just become Pakan in the Bratva. It was a difficult time. I had just exiled my father to Siberia, and the organization was in upheaval. Siberia, why, she asks, the question seeming to surprise her. He ruined our childhood. The words come out flat, stripped of the emotion they deserve. Because talking about the man, merely thinking about that time opens old wounds that have never really healed. And he killed our mother. Her eyes widen. But I continue before she can interrupt. This part needs to be said quickly. Like ripping off a bandage. My mother disappeared one day and never came back. Diana was devastated. But if either of us dared to ask where she was, or when she was coming back, we got beaten. Sometimes with fists, sometimes with whatever was nearby: belt, bottle, chair leg. No, she shakes her head. What kind of person would do that to their own children? He was not a good man. I keep my voice matter of fact, though the memories still burn. The years passed, and I did my best to protect Diana from the worst of it. But that just turned his hate toward me. I never forgave him. Technically, my elder brother, Vasya, who had been sent away for his studies, was going to be Pachan as the firstborn son. But it was never truly in his nature. He's an introvert, an IT genius. So we shared the tasks. He does the technology behind all the operations. And I took on the active role as Pachan. The first thing I did was get the old bastard out of my sight, for good. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Stella has moved to the window, staring out at the night. But I know she's listening. Her posture is rigid, attentive, despite her distress. So there I was, unmarried, with my firstborn son on the way. Who could be my rightful heir when the time came? Even if I wasn't married to his mother, I had decided that I would never be like my father. I planned to raise my boy so he would want for nothing, that he would always know how important he was to me. I looked down at my hands, surprised to find them clenched into fists. I deliberately relaxed them. As Pachan, my finances were good, so I paid for the best medical care for Olga. The pregnancy went well. We agreed that after the birth, Olga and I would separate amicably, but I would remain in the baby's life. She understood my lifestyle wasn't compatible with raising a child together. I reached for my champagne again, needing something to occupy my hands. But here comes the catch. The private doctor I had paid for during the pregnancy fell ill with a contagious virus and couldn't attend the delivery. He sent his colleague as a replacement. Stella is frowning. Alexe, this is all very fascinating, but I don't see how it has anything to do with what you did. He pauses, letting the silence build for what comes next. His replacement was Tomas Larkin. Stella's eyes go wide. My father, she whispers. Yes, your father. I meet her gaze directly. And he was drunk, not plastered, but enough to lose focus. She shakes her head in automatic denial, but I can see doubt creeping in. That's not possible. My father didn't drink. He was a professional. Everyone has secrets. Stella. I keep my tone level, even though this is a subject that gets my blood boiling. The labor didn't go smoothly. It went on for too long, and eventually, Olga needed help. She couldn't push anymore. The baby was in distress, and forceps had to be used. That's when everything went wrong. I look away. The memory's still raw after all these years. The frantic beeping of monitors. Olga screams. The metallic smell of blood filling the delivery room. My son's spine was damaged because your father mishandled the forceps. His hands were unsteady. His judgment impaired. No. Stella's eyes go even wider. That can't be right. He wouldn't. He was drunk. Stella. He'd been drinking, and he didn't have full control of his reflexes. No. Uh, uh, oh, my God. Stella's face crumples. She buries it in her hands, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I want to go to her, to offer comfort, but I know my touch would be unwelcome. The man who killed her father has no right to dry her tears. Our child was in intensive care for months. I continue, voice dropping lower. My perfect baby boy. I wouldn't wish that kind of pain on my worst enemy, seeing their newborn attached to machines. Being told that even if he survived, he'd be in a wheelchair all his life. I stand, needing to move, to get rid of some of the tension coiling inside me. I tried to fix it. I continue. Got in the best experts. Spent a fortune on the best treatments. There was nothing they could do for him. The damage was permanent. He would never have a normal life. Stella makes a small sound in the back of her throat but doesn't say anything. So, I continue. When business expanded to the West Coast and I moved to Los Angeles, I moved Olga and the baby too, so my son could have a father nearby. I know what it feels like to have an asshole for a father, and I didn't want that for my boy. Stella lowers her hands, face streaked with tears, but composed enough to ask, "So you had my father killed because of a medical accident, no?" I meet her eyes. My plan was to have your father injured because he was drunk during a delivery, and permanently disabled my son. I wanted him to experience what he'd done to spend the rest of his life unable to walk, dependent on others. To know what he'd sentenced my boy to. Her breath catches. But he died. He wasn't supposed to. My men were sent to hurt him, not kill him. As I say it, I imagine it doesn't sound like much consolation, but it is what it is. The truth. Your father got in his car and took off at high speed, with my men in pursuit. That's when he crashed. No excuse. Just fact. He died instantly. It wasn't the plan, but I can't say I mourned the outcome. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. And my mother. What about her? Did you ever think for a moment about what it would do to her, to lose the man she loved? She makes a choking sound. She killed herself. Alexe. I know. Isai. Still not trying to apologize. Her suicide was unexpected. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. She nearly chokes on the word. You took her husband from her, a husband who was drinking on the job, who destroyed my son's future through negligence. My voice hardens, despite my efforts to remain calm. Your father never faced consequences for what he did. He fled to America, changed your family name, and built a new life. While my son will never walk. She turns away, shoulders shaking. I give her the space to process, to grieve, to hate me if she needs to. After what feels like an eternity, she speaks again. Voice raw. Why keep Bobik hidden if this was about justice for him? Why not acknowledge him publicly? The question cuts deeper than she knows. I had to keep him a secret because I have enemies, and they would not hesitate to use him against me. I moved to the security monitor, checking the feed from the nursery where Polina sleeps peacefully. In the Bratva, having a disabled son seen as a weakness, a vulnerability. So you're ashamed of him. The accusation hangs between us. No, I shake my head. Never. I keep him hidden to protect him. The same reason that I now have guards watching Polina day and night. The same reason I've kept you within these walls since you came back to me. I approach her slowly, stopping when I see her tense. I failed to protect my boy once. I won't fail again. Not with him. Not with Polina. Not with you. Stella sinks into a chair, the weight of these revelations clearly overwhelming her. All this time, my father, your son, she looks up suddenly. Does Diana know about my father's involvement? Yes. She and Vasya know everything, and they never told me. It wasn't their story to tell. I move closer, cautiously, like approaching a wounded animal. It was mine. She doesn't pull away when I kneel before her chair, though she doesn't meet my eyes either. I won't ask for your forgiveness. Stella, what I did having your father hurt, which led to his death, I can't take it back. Wouldn't take it back, even if I could. Her eyes flashed to mine, anger reigniting. But I need you to understand something. I continue. Your father wasn't the saint you believed him to be. And I'm not just the monster you now think I am. We're both more complicated than that. She stares at me for a long moment. Her face, a battlefield of conflicting emotions. I wait for her to respond, knowing what's at stake here. My family. Fractured. Complicated. But mine. Whatever happens next, I'll protect them. All of them. Even if Stella never forgives me. Even if she hates me forever. Some prices are worth paying.
Chapter 24. Stella, this is too much. My voice doesn't sound like my own. It trembles. Catches. Breaks. Alexe's gaze remains steady. Unwavering. I understand. The room tilts. I grip the edge of the chair. My knuckles white against the dark leather. Pieces slot together with sickening clarity our sudden departure from St. Petersburg. The name change from Larkin to Fairmont. My father's inexplicable refusal to talk about his work. That's why we left Russia. I whisper. He was running from you. From justice. Alexe corrects. His voice neither accusatory nor defensive. Simply factual. He damaged my son permanently and faced no consequences. He fled the country within days. My chest constricts, lungs refusing to expand properly. The perfect image of my father, dedicated physician, loving husband. Protective parent fractures before my eyes. You told me once, Alexe continues, about leaving St. Petersburg suddenly, about your father being afraid. Now you know why. I had told him that story. Months ago. Before Polina. Before I knew who he really was. Before I knew who my father really was. How did you find us? The question comes automatically. My mind grasping for details to process this overwhelming revelation. It took years. Alexe leans forward. Elbows on his knees. After I moved here, I kept looking for him. By then, your father had established himself in Los Angeles under your new name. He was careful. But money buys information. And you, I can't finish the sentence. I waited, watched, planned. His voice remains calm, matter of fact. I wanted him to suffer, as my son suffers. To understand what it means to be trapped in a body that won't obey. A for an A. My stomach churns. I press a hand to my mouth, willing away the nausea. He wasn't meant to die. Stella. Alexe's Chaza never wavers. My men were instructed to be precise, to ensure he survived, but never walked again. I closed my eyes, seeing it play out my father's car on that rainy day. The crash that took his life. Mom was right. Not an accident. Never an accident. We'd already met when my father died. I say suddenly as something occurs to me. You knew me. Did you know I was his daughter? I fight down nausea. Oh God. Did he use me to get to Dad? A cold sweat prickles on my brow. No. He shakes his head. I knew you. But I had no idea of the connection. I study at him, looking for some sign that he's lying and finding none. Still, I can't help saying the words I say next. I don't believe you. How am I supposed to believe you? He gives a small nod. I understand why you would hate me for this. He says simply, it's ironic that our lives were joined even back then. The mother of my daughter is the child of the man who destroyed my son's life. God has a twisted sense of humor. He shrugs. But I won't beg your forgiveness, because this was something that I had planned for years. Something that I would have done whether I knew you or not. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to stop the world from spinning wildly. I press my fingertips against my eyelids. My voice fails. What do I need space-time to scream to hit him? I need to be alone. Alexe notes, making no move to stop me as I back toward the door. Take whatever time you need. But remember, Stella, your father wasn't the saint you believed. And I am not pure evil, just a father who felt his child had been wronged. I flee before he can say more, stumbling through the corridors of Blackwood Manor until I reach my bedroom in the left wing. The night nurse looks up from where she sits beside Paulina's bassinet, a concern crossing her face at my obvious distress. Ms. Vermont, are you all right? Fine. I manage. Please, just watch Paulina. I need to rest. She nods, professional enough not to pry, and returns her attention to my sleeping daughter. I retreat to the bathroom, locking the door behind me before collapsing against it, sliding to the floor as sobs rack my body. My father, drunk during a delivery. A baby, Alexe's son, permanently disabled through his negligence. Our family's flight to America not for opportunity, but to escape consequences. My mother's suicide, not just from grief, but perhaps from knowledge of her husband's guilt. And Alexe, the man I've shared a bed with, whose child I've borne orchestrating my father's death. The worst part is that it makes sense. The pieces fit in ways that simple lies wouldn't. When I was a child, my father always spoken openly to us about his work. But all of that stopped after we moved to America. I think of the hushed conversations he and my mother would have that stopped when we entered the room. The very fact that we uprooted our entire lives to start again in a completely different country. Despite my father's thriving career back in Russia. None of it made sense at the time. But we were young. We did as we were told. My God, I say brokenly as my heart shatters in a dozen different ways. Oh, my God. I cry until my throat is raw and my eyes burn. Until physical exhaustion temporarily numbs the emotional pain. Somehow, I make it to bed, collapsing fully clothed atop the covers. My last thought before sleep claims me is of Paulina innocent. Perfect. Paulina now tied to this tragic history. Morning arrives with harsh clarity. Sunlight too bright against my eyelids. My eyes feel swollen. My body heavy with the weight of yesterday's revelations. For one blessed moment, I exist in the limbo between sleep and wakefulness before memory crashes back. My father. Alexe. Bobik. The terrible connection between our families. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. The night nurse peers in. Polina cradled in her arms. She's hungry. The woman says simply, "Would you like me to bring her to you?" If she notices my puffy eyes and tear-stained cheeks, she doesn't say anything. Inot. Sitting up against the pillows. My breasts are heavy with milk. My body's needs continuing, despite my emotional turmoil. The nurse places Polina in my arms and discreetly withdraws, leaving us alone. "Oh, baby, my sweet, sweet girl," I whisper brokenly as I look down at my daughter's face, where she nuzzles against my chest. Her tiny features are so perfect. Alexe's dark eyes. My nose. A unique blend of us both. I guide her to my breast, and she latches on with surprising strength, drawing milk with single-minded focus. The physical sensation grounds me. This simple connection between mother and child. As she nurses, I stroke her cheek with my fingertip, marveling at the softness of her skin, the absolute perfection of her tiny body. Love overwhelms me. Pure. Powerful. All-consuming. I'd do anything for this little life I've created. Move heaven and earth to protect her. Kill for her, if I had to. And suddenly, like a lightning strike, something clicks. If someone's negligence damaged Polina, if a drunk doctor permanently disabled my perfect child, what wouldn't I do? What revenge wouldn't seem justified? The realization hits with physical force, and milk letting down in a rush that makes Polina gulp and sputter. I adjust her position automatically, my mind racing with this new understanding. I'm a mother now, a giver of life, a defender of something innocent and pure. I imagine Alexe, younger but no less intense, watching his newborn son struggle for existence, hearing that his child would never walk, never run, never experience the simple freedoms most take for granted. All because a doctor chose to work while impaired. The rage I feel at even the hypothetical scenario burns hot in my chest. If someone hurt Polina that way, don't go there. Stella. Just don't. My heart tightens with something inexplicable, just thinking about it. I look down at her again. Now, nursing contentedly, unaware of the epiphany her existence has triggered. In this moment, I can understand Alexe's decade-long quest for vengeance. Not justify it, perhaps, but understand it in a visceral, a maternal way I couldn't have before, becoming a mother myself. My father made a terrible mistake, a mistake that permanently altered a child's life. He fled rather than face consequences, hiding behind a new name in a new country. And Alexe, for all his criminal activities and moral ambiguity, was simply a father seeking justice for his son. The simplicity of this truth doesn't erase the complexity of my feelings. My father is still my father, the man who taught me to ride a bike, who encouraged my interest in science, who loved me imperfectly but genuinely. My mother is still my mother, gentle, supportive, ultimately destroyed by circumstances beyond her control. And Alexe is still the man who facilitated my father's death, who inadvertently caused my mother's suicide, who kept these truths from me until confronted. Yet he's also the man who cradles Polina with impossible gentleness, who funds experimental treatments for his disabled son, who has, in his own way, tried to create a family from the wreckage of the past. Why does life have to be so complicated? I murmur to my oblivious child. Polina finishes nursing. Sated on milk and drovse. I shift her to my shoulder, patting her back gently until she releases a milky burp Life continuing its simple rhythms despite all the earth-shattering truths I've learned. As she drifts to sleep against my shoulder, my thoughts turn to Nick, my brother, who idolized our father even more than I did, who has always been so prone to addiction, who would never, ever understand what I now know. I reach for my phone, finger hovering over his contact information. What would I even say, "Hey, Nick"? Turns out Dad was drunk during a delivery and permanently disabled a baby. And that baby's father is now my daughter's father, too. Oh, and Dad's accident wasn't an accident after all. He would never believe me. Or worse, he would. And it would destroy what little stability he's managed to find. And he would judge me rightfully for continuing any relationship with the man responsible for our father's death. I set the phone down without calling. Some truths are too heavy to share. Carefully, I place Polina in her bassinet, watching her sleep for long moments. Her perfect little hands, her chest rising and falling with each breath, her absolute vulnerability and dependence. How can I possibly understand her father, a man battling his own demons, scarred by a brute who hurt his children instead of protecting them? Is it any wonder that Alexe would be so driven to be a different kind of parent, a defender instead of an abuser? Now, looking at Polina, imagining her injured through negligence, I feel the same rage burning in my chest that must have consumed Alexe. Is this Stockholm Syndrome, or is it simply that love doesn't follow moral calculations? The truth changes everything and nothing at once. My father was flawed. My mother was desperate. Alexe was vengeful. And yet here we are, creating a new life together. I have no neat resolution. No clear path forward. Only the understanding that the black and white morality I once believed in has given way to shades of gray I never imagined existed. What I do know, with absolute certainty, is that I will protect Polina with everything I have, that I understand Alexe's fierce paternal love, even as I struggle with his methods of expressing it, that I can't simply walk away from this complicated, painful connection between our families. For better or worse, our paths were intertwined long before we met. And now, with Polina binding us together, they always will be.
Chapter 25. Alexe. It's been hours since Stella left my room. And since then, there's been no word from her. So I do what I always do and bury myself in work. The contracts arrive by secure courier at precisely 900 a.m. 5 of them, each bearing the Pentagon's official seal, each requiring my signature. I flip through the pages, scanning the terms. The numbers are good, better than before. Novikov interfered. James Whitmore sits across from my desk. His expensive suit, unable to hide the slight paunch of middle age. His eyes dart occasionally to the security monitors on the wall behind me, betraying his discomfort at being in my home. The secretary is pleased we could resume our arrangement. He says, the smoothness of a career politician in his voice. Unfortunate situation with Mr. Novikov created quite a disruption. I allow myself a small smile. Indeed, unfortunate. Whitmore shifts in his chair. We both know what happened, though neither will acknowledge it directly. Sergei Novikov slipped in a bathroom, hit his head, and died. A tragic accident that just happens to benefit me enormously. These terms are acceptable. Thus, signing each contract with a sense of smug satisfaction that I don't bother to hide. I assume delivery schedules remain as previously discussed. Yes. The first shipment is expected within 30 days. He accepts the signed contracts, sliding them into his briefcase with visible relief. Our business is concluding, which means he can leave. I should mention that Catherine sends her regards. The Oxford scholarship has been transformative for her. The scholarship Novikov arranged to buy Whitmore's loyalty. Now Whitmore returns to me, but ensures his daughter keeps her prize. Smatman, I'm pleased to hear it. I stand, signaling the end of our meeting. Vasya will handle the technical specifications with your team. Whitmore rises, extending his hand. Always a pleasure doing business with you. Mr. Tarasu. The lie comes easily to him. It's never a pleasure doing business with me, but it is profitable. For both of us. I watch through the security feed as Sasha escorts him from the property. When his car disappears through the gates, I pour myself a small measure of vodka. Not to celebrate, it's too early for that, but to mark the moment. Novikov's death was unplanned. Messer. A complication I didn't need. But the results have been excellent. 5 Pentagon contracts. 3 European distributors returning to the fold. Banking restrictions mysteriously lifted. The business empire stabilizes. The balance of power shifts back in my favor. I pull out my phone and dial Vasya. The contracts are signed. I tell him when he answers. All 5. I can hear the click of his keyboard in the background. All 5. Better terms than before. Low whistle. Whitmore didn't waste time crawling back. He follows the money. I lean back in my chair, swirling the vodka. Have the Swiss accounts been unfrozen? As of this morning. Looks like Novikov's associates are retreating. There's a pause. The silence heavy with unasked questions. Finally, Vasya speaks again, his voice dropping lower. What happened to Novikov? Alexe, I take a sip of vodka. Considering my answer, Vasya isn't asking if I'm responsible. He knows me too well for that. He's asking for details he doesn't need. An unfortunate accident. I repeat the official line. Another pause. Sophia will be looking for answers. The mention of her name triggers a flicker of something like guilt. Not for her father Novikov deserved his fate, but for Sophia herself. Once my fiancée. Now, my enemy. Another complication I'll need to handle. Let her look. I dismiss the concern. If she pushes too hard, maybe she'll hit her head in a public toilet. 2. Accidents happen all the time. Vasya chuckles. Glad to hear that you haven't lost your edge. Brat, I was worried that new pussy of yours had softened you. I feel my jaw tighten. Watch your mouth. Vasya, I'm sorry, he says quickly. Then changes the subject. How's the baby? My daughter has my temper. Apparently. I smile. She screams the house down when she's hungry. God, help us all. Vasya mutters. But I hear the affection in his voice. Another stubborn Tarasov is exactly what the world needs. Better than another tech nerd like her uncle. I counter. This tech nerd kept your ass out of prison a dozen times. Mudak. The familiar insult feels like comfort. Vasya and I have our differences, but the bond remains unbreakable. Blood and shared history binding us together. I'll be back in Los Angeles Next week. He continues. Try not to kill anyone important before then. No promises. The call ends with his laugh echoing in my ear. I finish the vodka and set the glass aside, feeling more settled than I have in weeks. I head to the gym. Needing physical exertion to channel the restless energy success always brings. The space is a testament to precision and control weights arranged by size. Equipment meticulously maintained. Not a towel out of place. My sanctuary. I push myself harder than usual, driving my body to its limits. Bench press. Pull-ups. Core work that leaves my muscles burning. Sweat soaks through my shirt as I move to the punching bag, landing combinations with enough force to make the chain creak overhead. Physical pain clears the mind, focuses the thoughts, burns away doubt. With each punch, I catalog the day's victories. The contracts, the accounts, the retreating enemies. The daughter growing stronger each day. The son safely hidden from my enemies. His treatment's progressing well. The woman who knows my darkest secret and hasn't run. Yet, that final thought breaks my rhythm. I steady the bag, breathing hard, sweat dripping from my face. Stella knows I killed her father. Knows why. Accepts the reason. Perhaps. But acceptance isn't forgiveness. I grab a towel and wipe my face, checking the time. Nearly noon. I should shower. Return to work. Check on Polina. Instead, I head outside, drawn by the warm Los Angeles sunshine. The pool gleams turquoise between the two wings of Blackwood Manor, the water perfectly still in the windless day. I'm halfway to the outdoor shower when I notice her. Diana sits at one of the poolside tables, a teacup clutched in her hands. Her posture is wrong, hunched, defensive. Her hair, normally immaculate, hangs loose and uncombed around her face. She wears the same clothes as yesterday, wrinkled now from sleep. Something is very wrong. I approach cautiously, using her childhood nickname. What's happened? She looks up, and the expression on her face stops me cold. Fear. Raf. Unfiltered fear I haven't seen since we were children, hiding from our father's drunken rage. Alexe. Her voice cracks on my name. I tried to call you last night. Your phone, I was busy until late. Isai. Moving closer. Busy. She chokes out bitterly. Seriosno, seriously. I tried to call you a dozen times. Even the guards called. No answer. I should have taken more care. Sestra. Something cold settles in my gut at the sight of her distress. Diana never breaks like this. What's wrong? Are you hurt? She shakes her head, hands trembling around the coffee cup. Father is here. The words hit so hard that I freeze mid-step. Memories flash, unbidden belt buckles. Pain. My mother screams. What the single syllable comes out rough, like gravel being crushed underfoot. Father is here. She looks up at me. Eyes red-rimmed from crying or lack of sleep. Probably both. He arrived last night. For a moment, I can't process what she's saying. It doesn't make sense. Our father is in Siberia. Has been for over a decade. Exiled to a remote village with enough money to drink himself to death, but not enough to return. For years, I'd told myself that he'd chosen the path to death. That's impossible, I say flatly. Diana laughs. Up a brittle sound with no humor. That's what I thought when the guards called me to the gate and I found him standing there. I moved to her side, crouching to meet her eyes. Diana, are you sure it wasn't a dream? A hallucination? You've been working too hard. Maybe he's in the spare bedroom of the left wing. She interrupts. I put him there last night when you didn't answer your phone. He was. He needed rest. The proximity to Stella and Polina sends a jolt of alarm through me. To Bobik in his secure quarters. You let him stay in the manor. Near my family, I bark. What was I supposed to do? Her voice rises slightly. Leave him on the doorstep, have security, throw out our own father, yes. Ishnup. Exactly that. She flinches, and I immediately regret my tone. This isn't her fault. She was spared the worst of his abuse because I took it for her. Maybe she doesn't remember him the way I do. But no, I know that's not true. I'm sorry. Isai. Gentler now. You did what you thought was right. But D, he can't stay here. He can't know about Bobik, about Stella, about Polina. I know. She sets the teacup down with deliberate care, ceramic clattering as her hand trembles. I didn't tell him anything. Just gave him a room and said you'd speak with him today. I stand, mind racing through implications, contingencies, threats. How did he find us? How did he even get to Los Angeles? I don't know. He didn't say much. She hesitates. Alexe. He's not well. Drunk. The familiar anger rises. Memories of childhood beatings. Of my mother's tears. Of Diana's muffled sobs from the next room. No, not drunk. She shakes her head. Just looks like shit. I couldn't bring myself to ask him about it. The information should bring satisfaction. Instead, it brings confusion. Why come here now? After all these years, why seek out the son who exiled him? The daughter he neglected. I'll go see him. I straighten. Decision made. Where is he now? Probably sleeping after the trip. Her shoulders rise into a graceful shrug. I haven't been to check on him. After he got settled, I came out here and tried to relax. She glances down at the overflowing ashtray on the side table, where the remains of half a dozen joints have been stubbed out. My sister's numbed herself with enough weed to cripple an elephant. I offer my hand, pulling her to her feet. Go to your suite. Rest. I'll handle this. She hesitates. What are you going to do? Nothing drastic. I soften the words with a brief hug. Physical affection that doesn't come naturally to me. But that Diana needs. Just find out why he's here and get him somewhere else. Quickly. She nods against my shoulder. The tension in her body easing slightly. Be careful. Alexe, he's still our father. I force myself not to snort in disgust. Father, a title he never deserved. Go rest. I repeat, releasing her. I'll call you later. I watch her walk toward her apartment in the left wing. Shoulders still hunched. movements uncertain. Seeing her this way diminished. Frightened reignites the protective rage I've carried since childhood. No one hurts my sister. Not even our father. Especially not our father. I watch her leave, not moving until she disappears into the building. The satisfaction of the morning's business success has evaporated, replaced by cold focus. My father is here, in my home, near my family, AudioBook, whose existence must remain secret at all costs. Near my brand new daughter and my woman. My woman. I don't care how confused she might be about us right now. That much remains a simple truth. And I will rip him to pieces before he raises a hand to any of them. Even if he doesn't, I'm going to let him know that he is not welcome. Never will be. Whatever brought Rodion Tarasov back from fucking Siberia, he won't find redemption here. Only the consequences of his actions, delivered by the sun he failed to break. Chapter 26. Alexe. I leave the pool with the image of my shattered sister still playing in my head. Her hunched shoulders, a reminder of the damage our father inflicted. Damage that time hasn't healed, that power and wealth haven't erased. As I move into the building, each step feels heavier than the last. My body, loose and energized from the workout this morning, now tightens with a tension I haven't felt in years. My jaw locks. My shoulders stiffen. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The physical responses of a child preparing for pain. I'm no child anymore. But my body remembers. The reaction angers me. That boy is long gone. Replaced by a man who has pushed away any signs of the weakness that he used to prey on. Still, I don't want to see him. The thought hammers through my mind with each footfall. I don't want to see him. I don't need to see him. I could send Sasha and Kostya to remove him. I could have him transported back to Siberia without ever laying eyes on his face. His face. My face. The resemblance has always been my curse. Same height. Same build. Same sharp jawline and heavy brow. When I look in the mirror, I see him looking back, the man I've spent my life trying not to become. The corridor stretches before me, elegant and endless. Original artwork lines the walls. Persian rugs muffle my footsteps. Crystal sconces cast warm light across imported wallpaper. All the trappings of wealth and power I've accumulated to prove I'm nothing like him. Yet with every step toward that spare bedroom, I feel the years and achievements falling away. Memory rises once more, the smell of vodka on his breath, the sound of his belt sliding through the loops of his pants, the weight of his fist connecting with my ribs, the sharp crack of my head against the wall when he threw me across our small kitchen. I was 9 the first time he broke one of my bones. A simple fracture of the wrist, easily explained away as a childhood accident. I was 12 when he cracked 3 ribs for spilling his drink. 15 when he dislocated my shoulder for looking at him disrespectfully. Diana tried to intervene once, throwing her small body between us. He backhanded her so hard, she lost consciousness. I carried her to our shared bedroom afterward. Applied cold compresses to her swollen face. Promised her I'd never let him hurt her again. A promise I couldn't keep. Not then. Our mother tried to protect us too. In her quiet, desperate way. She'd draw his attention when his mood darkened. accepting the blows meant for us. She'd slip into our room after he passed out, tending our wounds with gentle hands, whispering that things would get better, until the day she disappeared. I reached the halfway point of the corridor, pausing as nausea rises in my throat. 13 years since I last saw him. 13 years of nightmares, of flinching at sudden movements, of Diana's panic attacks. 13 years of building an empire, partly to ensure he could never touch us again. Yet here he is, in my home, near my children. Not a fuck. The thought of Bobek and Polina sharpens my focus. Whatever weakness my father's presence brings out in me, I cannot afford it. Not with my son hidden away, vulnerable in his wheelchair. Not with my newborn daughter sleeping peacefully in her nursery. I force myself forward, steps quickening with renewed purpose. I am not that frightened boy anymore. Iam Pakhan of the Taraso, Bratva. I command men who kill without question. I move weapons that topple governments. I have built something from nothing, rising from the ashes of that broken childhood, yet with each step closer to that spare bedroom, my heart pounds harder against my ribs. Sweat beads at my temples, despite the manor's perfect climate control. My mouth goes dry. The most terrifying part isn't what he might do now. I'm physically stronger, surrounded by men loyal to me, but how easily he makes me remember what I once was, helpless. Vasya escaped the worst of it. Our older brother was already away at school when our father's drinking worsened, returning home only for brief holidays. He saw the bruises, the fear, but never witnessed the full extent of the violence. Never understood why Diana and I cling to each other with such fierce protectiveness. How could he? No one who hasn't lived under the constant threat of unpredictable rage could understand how it reshapes you from the inside out. I reach the end of the corridor. The spare bedroom door remains closed. No sound coming from within. Perhaps he's still sleeping. Perhaps Diana was mistaken. And this really is some elaborate hallucination brought on by stress. The childish hope disgusts me. Spokon. I've ordered men's deaths without blinking. But facing the man who made me, who broke me, requires a different kind of courage. I stand before the door, hand hovering over the knob. Time seems to slow, each second stretching into painful awareness. I hear my own breathing, too shallow and rapid. Feel my pulse throbbing in my temples. Taste the metallic tang of fear I thought I'd left behind years ago. No, I refuse to give him that power. I straighten my shoulders, consciously relaxing the tension in my jaw. I am not 9 years old anymore. I am not helpless anymore. Not afraid of him. The last lie rings hollow even in my own mind. Every day I fight to ensure his blood in my veins doesn't make me become him. With Bobek, I measure every word, every gesture, terrified of seeing fear in my son's eyes. With Polina, I handle her tiny body with exaggerated gentleness, as if my hands might betray me. The door before me represents more than a physical barrier. It's the threshold between the man I've become and the boy I once was, between the present I've built and the past I've tried to bury. My hand closes around the doorknob, cold metal against my palm. I take one final deep breath, centering myself in the present, in who I am now, in the power I wield, Iam Alexe Tarasov. I am not my father's son. The door swings open. For a moment, I don't recognize the man sitting on the edge of the bed. This gaunt figure with hollow cheeks and yellowed skin can't be the towering monster of my nightmares. The father I remember filled doorways with his bulk, his presence suffocating rooms with menace. This is just an old man. He looks up, and the eyes are the same. Dark, penetrating, set deep beneath heavy brows my eyes, staring back at me from a withered version of my own face. Alexe. His voice is rougher than I remember, scraping and raw. Son, you've become a man. The unexpected warmth in his tone freezes me in the doorway. I'd prepared for rage, for accusation, for the drunken violence that defined my childhood. Not for this strange gentleness, this almost proud assessment. I remain silent, cataloging the changes. His once black hair is now completely gray, thinning at the crown, skin hanging loosely from his frame as if he's lost weight rapidly. The slight yellow tinge to his eyes and complexion, the tremor in his hands as they rest on his knees. Tu vyglądasz jak darmo. You look like shit, I say finally, the words coming out harsh. I don't bother to soften them. He laughs, the sound dissolving into a wet cough that he muffles with a handkerchief. When he pulls it away, I notice the spots of blood. Siberia wasn't kind to me. It wasn't meant to be. I step into the room, leaving the door open behind me. An escape route, a reminder that I control this space. How did you get out? How did you find us? Money solves most problems. He shrugs, the movement accentuating the boniness of his shoulders beneath his shirt. I saved up over the years. Enough for forged papers. A flight. Some information. Why? The question contains everything. Why now? Why here? Why bother after all this time I'm dying? He says it simply, without self-pity. Pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. 3 months. The doctors say. Probably less. The information should bring satisfaction. Instead, it creates a hollow feeling in my chest. I wanted this man dead for decades. Now he's dying. And somehow that feels like being robbed of something. So, you came to what? Make peace before you go. He nods. Eyes never leaving mine. To see my children one last time. To ask forgiveness. Though I don't deserve it. You don't? I agree coldly. His gaze drops to his hands, which tremble visibly now. No, I don't. The submission in his posture is so foreign, so at odds with the violent tyrant of my memories, that I find myself momentarily unbalanced. This frail old man seems more ghost than flesh, more memory than threat. Biad. I need a fucking drink. I move to the cabinet near the window, where Diana has thoughtfully, or perhaps ironically, placed a bottle of vodka and glasses. I pour 2 shots, the familiar ritual, creating a surreal sense of normalcy. Na zdrowie. Izai, handing him a glass. To health. He smiles faintly at the irony, accepting the vodka with a trembling hand. Yours, at least. We drink in unison. I watch him over the rim of my glass, noting how his throat works with difficulty, how he winces slightly at the sensation. So, now what? Usai. Not out of interest, but to fill the unsettling silence. You come here and apologize. And then what happens? I die, in peace, he says, stiffening when I snort in disgust. You have no right to ask for peace. Almen. I know, he says. You gave me what I deserved, exile. He sets his glass down carefully. Siberia was cold. Always cold. Even in summer. But it wasn't the cold that cut deepest. It was knowing that my own son sent me there. I shrug, not knowing how he expects me to respond to that. I don't blame you. He continues. You had every reason to. But those years, they were the hardest. He pauses, coughing slightly. Before continuing, they threw me into a labor camp. Out in the middle of nowhere. Snow and ice for miles, in every direction. The cold, it gets into your bones, into your soul. I spent my days chopping wood, digging trenches, doing whatever they told me to. It was brutal, mindless work, but it kept me from thinking too much. At least during the day. He pauses, eyes growing distant. When they meet mine again, I see a flicker of the man he used to be, the man I feared and hated. At night, that's when the memories came. The fights, the drunken rages, the way I tore our family apart. In the dark, there was no escaping it. Every mistake, every hurtful word, it all came back to haunt me. I pour another shot, unwilling to acknowledge the hint of remorse in his voice. Sounds like exactly what you deserved. More than deserved. He accepts the second drink. Though his hand shakes so badly now, that liquid sloshes over the rim. He stares down at the drops on his paper-thin skin. Eyes unfocused. I turn back to the bottle. Even in exile, he says quietly, there's always someone who can get you vodka. For a lot of money. Of course, it helped. Or at least I thought it did. But it didn't make the regret go away. Nothing did. Glad to hear it. Imuta. What the fuck does he want from me, Tears Pizda? My father looks down at his hands. Now, trembling more visibly. But Siberia, it also strips you bare. When you have nothing left. No one. And the only thing to keep you warm is your own bitterness. You either break, or you find a way to survive. I found a few others. Men like me. Broken and angry. Why does that not surprise me, I scoff. He sighs, ignoring my outburst and emptying his glass. I fill it again, the gesture mocking him. I knew I was dying long before the doctor said the words. The pain in my gut, it's been with me for years. I could have stayed there, waited for it to end. But I couldn't, not without trying to make things right. I found a man, a forger. He gave me a new name, new papers. It cost me everything. But I got out, walked away like I never existed. My father's eyes lock onto mine, a pleading look in them now. It's not Siberia that killed me. Soon, it's guilt. I don't have much time left. I know there's no excuse for the things I've done. But I can't leave this world without trying to make amends. Something in his tone, the raw honesty, perhaps penetrates my carefully constructed wall of hatred. Part of me feels a surge of anger. How fucking dare he come back now, after everything he's done. But there's also a part of me that knows I can't let him go. Not in the state he's in. Not like this. The bitterness and the pain, they're still there. But so is a sense of responsibility. I don't want to admit it, but I nod. You can stay, I say abruptly, the decision forming, even as the words leave my mouth, until the end. But there are conditions. Relief softens his features. Anything. You stay in this room unless accompanied by me or Diana. You don't wander the property. You don't speak to the staff. You don't ask questions about my business or my family. Hey, Nutz. Accepting each restriction without protest. I understand. And you stay sober. I gesture to the vodka bottle. This was a one-time exception. A flicker of something resistance. Perhaps crosses his face before resignation settles in. I'll try. Try hard. The threat is implicit. He smiles. A small, weary lifting of lips. You've become hard. Alexe, like I was. I am nothing like you. Isnop, the comparison hitting a raw nerve. No. He looks at me with unexpected clarity. You're better. Stronger. You built something. I only destroyed. The compliment, if that's what it is, leaves me unsettled. I move toward the door, eager to end this strange encounter. Rest. The staff will bring food later. Alexe. His voice stops me at the threshold. There's something else you should know. I turn back, irritation rising. What he seems to shrink further into himself, his gaze dropping to the floor. Your mother. She's alive. The words don't register at first. They can't. They contradict 20 years of certainty, of grief, of hatred directed at the man before me. What did you say? My voice sounds distant to my own ears. Maria. Your mother. He looks up, eyes watery but clear. She's alive. The room spins around me. He gripped the doorframe, steadying myself against a wave of dizziness. What the fuck is he talking about? Is he delirious? That's impossible. She disappeared. I didn't kill her. He shakes his head slowly. I couldn't. Not her. Then where? The question comes gruffly. Where has she been for 20 years, Vostok? The single word makes me sway on my feet. Vostok Institute, the notorious Soviet-era psychiatric facility, rumored to house political prisoners alongside the mentally ill, a place where people disappeared, where treatments included ice baths and electroshock, where patients were test subjects for experimental drugs, a place of living nightmares. Why I crossed the room in 2 strides, looming over him. Why the fuck is my mother in Vostok? He shrinks back. Alcohol and exhaustion clouding his eyes. She was going to take my children. I couldn't what I snap. I grab his shoulders, shaking him slightly. Finish the fucking sentence, but his head lolls. Eyes unfocused. The combination of vodka, medication, and exhaustion has pushed him beyond coherence. His mumbled response makes no sense. Fragments about threats and protection and choices no man should make. What the fuck is she doing there, I snarl, knowing I probably don't want to hear the answer. I release him in disgust, watching as he slumps back onto the bed. Within seconds, his breathing deepens into the heavy rhythm of unconsciousness. Biad. Imuta, running a hand through my hair. 20 years, believing she was dead. 20 fucking years of hatred based on a lie. My mother, alive all this time in that hellhole, while I built empires and exiled the man I thought had murdered her. Even now, he can't give me a straight answer. Even dying, he's still a drunk piece of shit. I pull out my phone, dialing Vasya. He answers on the third ring. I need everything you can find on Vostok Institute. I say without preamble. Current operations, security protocols, patient records, everything. Vostok. His confusion is evident. The psychiatric facility. Why would you, Mama, is there? The words still feel foreign. Impossible. She's been there for over 20 years. Silence stretches across the connection. A long one. Then I'll call you back in an hour. The call ends. I look back at my father, now snoring softly on the bed. In sleep, the years fall away, and I see flashes of the men who once terrorized our household. The strong hands that dealt out punishment. The broad shoulders that tensed before inflicting violence upon those he should have loved. The face that could shift from charm to rage in an instant. All diminished now. All fading. I leave the room, closing the door quietly behind me. My mind races with implications, with questions, with the beginnings of a plan. If my mother is alive, if she's been imprisoned in that place all these years, I will find her. I will bring her home.
Chapter 27. Stella Polina's weight in my arms feels both substantial and impossibly delicate as I make my way down the corridor of the left wing. She's awake but quiet. Dark eyes taking in the unfamiliar surroundings with that peculiar alertness newborns sometimes possess. I adjust her blanket, tucking it more securely around her tiny body. With each step toward Bobik's room, memories surface like bubbles rising through water. My father's frantic packing in our St. Petersburg apartment. My mother's tears as she stuffed clothes into suitcases. The hushed, urgent conversations behind closed doors. We have to leave tonight. The Bratva will find us if we stay. What about our things, the clinic, forget it. This is about survival. I hadn't understood then. At barely 17, I'd been devastated to leave my friends, my school, everything familiar. I'd blamed my father's career opportunity in America, resented the sudden upheaval. Now I know we were running from Alexe, from his rage, from his vengeance for what my father had done to his son. The irony doesn't escape me carrying Alexei's daughter to meet the very child my father damaged. The weight of Polina in my arms is nothing compared to the weight of this knowledge. I pause outside Bobik's door, gathering myself. Alexe is handling some urgent business today, something to do with Diana. We'd spoken about introducing Polina to Bobik soon, but I've decided not to wait. Something about this meeting feels necessary, like a step I need to take alone. I knock softly, then push the door open. Stella Bobik's face lights up instantly. His smile, transforming his features. He sets aside a thick book on quantum physics light reading for a 10-year-old. Apparently, and wheels himself toward us. My favorite friend, I missed you. Despite everything I've just learned, I find myself smiling genuinely in response. There's something about Bobik that makes it impossible not to. His enthusiasm, his sweetness, the intelligence shining in his eyes, my daughter's eyes, her father's eyes. I missed you. Too. Sigh? Moving closer. Someone special wanted to meet her big brother. His gaze shifts to the bundle in my arms, awe spreading across his face. Is she your baby sister? Yes. Sweetheart. I feel my heart swell at the sight of his genuine joy. He peers into her tiny face and then looks up at me, eyes shining. Can I hold her? Of course. I carefully place Polina in his lap, adjusting his arms to support her head properly. Just like that. Perfect. He doesn't need much guidance. Despite his age, there's a natural carefulness to his movements, an intuitive understanding of how to hold a baby. They look at each other, the newborn and the boy, and something passes between them. Recognition, perhaps. They have the same eyes, the same dark intensity that their father possesses. Though softened by childhood innocence in Bobik and newborn wonder in Polina, the same strong profile, the same determined set to their mouths, half-siblings bound by their father's blood and separated by circumstance. She's so tiny. Bobik whispers, gently touching Polina's cheek with one finger. Hello, little sister. I'm your big brother. I step back slightly, watching them together. Polina seems perfectly content in his lap, her eyes fixed on his face with that strange focus newborns sometimes have. Where's Papa Bobik? Asks, not looking up from his sister. He had some business to handle. I answer vaguely. He'll be by later, I'm sure. I wonder briefly what business could have caused the tightness around Alexe's eyes this morning when I saw him briefly. The barely controlled tension in his movements. Something dangerous. Perhaps something Bratva-related. Has your memory come back? Bobik asks suddenly, his perceptiveness catching me off guard. Papa said you were starting to feel better. I moved to sit on the edge of his bed, bringing myself to his eye level. Yes? Most of it has returned. His smile brightens. Good. I was worried you might forget our chess games. I've been practicing, well, I might need a refresher on your special moves. Sigh. Returning his smile. He adjusts Polina slightly. His movements careful but confident. Papa says you're staying with us forever now. That you're family. The statement hits me with unexpected force. Forever. Family. Such simple words to describe something so impossibly complicated. Before I can formulate a response, Polina makes a small gurgling sound, drawing Bobik's attention back to her. His face immediately transforms into an exaggerated expression of surprise. Eyes wide and mouth in an O shape. Look at you, he coos, voice rising in pitch. Are you talking to me? Are you? Polina responds with a delighted wiggle, for her tiny hand reaching up to grasp at his face. When she catches his nose, Bobik makes a honking sound that sends her into what can only be described as baby ecstasy, her whole body tensing with excitement. Their laughter fills the room, his bright and clear, hers a bubbling, a hiccuping sound that seems too big for her tiny body. The joy between them is palpable, infectious, and heartbreaking. Watching them, I can't help but imagine what might have been in another world, one where my father hadn't been drunk that day. Bobik might be running through this mansion, chasing his little sister. He might be playing soccer in the garden, climbing trees, experiencing all the physical freedoms most children take for granted. Instead, he's confined to a wheelchair, his brilliant mind trapped in a body that can't fully respond to its commands. Because of my father's negligence, because of a mistake that set in motion events that would eventually claim both my parents' lives. When I have my operation, Bobek says suddenly, still looking at Polina, I'm going to run with you in the garden. The doctor is working on new technology that might help me walk. You are going to try another surgery, I ask. Surprised. He nods. I can't give up. I'm going to walk one day. I know it. His face shines with childlike optimism. My chest tightens. That would be wonderful, I say around a lump in my throat. I mask it with a warm smile that seems to satisfy him. I'll teach you everything. He continues, speaking to Polina now. How to play chess. How to identify constellations. The best hiding places in the manor. He lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. There's a secret passage in the library. Papa doesn't know I know about it. I reach out, gently touching his shoulder. You're going to be an amazing big brother. I already am, he says with such confidence that I can't help but laugh. We have the same eyes, don't we? Papa's eyes. Yes, I agree softly. You do. How do I explain to a 10-year-old that his condition exists because of my father's negligence, that his father killed mine in revenge, that our baby links us all in this tragic circle? The answer is simple, I don't. I can't. Some truths are too heavy for children to bear. Even for us, adults. Bobek deserves his innocence. And his hope for the future. His uncomplicated love for his sister. And Polina deserves a brother who sees only possibility, not the painful history that connects them. Do you think she'll like science? Bobek asks, gently rocking Polina as she begins to fuss slightly. Or will she be artistic? I don't know. I answer truthfully. She'll be her own person. But she'll always have you to guide her. He nods solemnly, accepting this responsibility with characteristic seriousness. Then his expression shifts to something more hesitant. Will you bring her to visit me often, even when Papa is busy? The question reveals the loneliness beneath his cheerful exterior. How many hours does he spend alone in this room? Waiting for visits. For connection. Of course I will. I promise. Meaning it completely. Whatever happens between Alexe and me. Whatever. Impossible decisions lie ahead. I won't abandon this boy. I can't. You're her brother. That's important. Satisfaction spreads across his face. He looks down at Polina, who has started to drift towards sleep, her eyelids growing heavy. Hear that, Polina, I'm important. The simple statement, delivered with such innocent pride, nearly breaks me. In this moment, watching these two children, one born to privilege but confined by disability, one newborn with endless physical potential, I feel a fierce protectiveness that transcends the complications of their parentage. They are innocent. They deserve better than the legacy of pain and vengeance their father and I have created. Whatever my future holds, whether I can find a way to stay with Alexe despite our bloody history, whether I can build something new from the ashes of the past, I know one thing with absolute certainty: these siblings will have each other. I will make sure of it. As Polina finally surrenders to sleep in her brother's arms, Bobek looks up at me with eyes bright with intelligence and hope. We're family now, he says simply, and despite everything, despite the impossible complexity that statement ignores, I find myself nodding. For them. At least, it can be that simple.
Chapter 28. Alexe. I've picked out socks with more forethought than I've given this journey. Which is none. Whatsoever. The plane's controls vibrate beneath my hands as I push the Gulf Stream to its limits, cutting through Russian airspace without proper clearance. My mind races faster than the aircraft, thoughts colliding madly. Your mother, she's alive. My father's words echo in an endless loop, destroying 20 years of certainty. 20 years of hating him for a murder he didn't commit. 20 years of grieving a woman who wasn't dead. Vostok. The name alone brings up images from whispered Bratva legends, a Soviet relic where the mentally ill share corridors with political prisoners, where experimental treatments continue behind closed doors, where people disappear, where my mother has spent 2 decades of her life. I left California hours after my father's revelation. No explanations. No preparations. No goodbyes. Diana's calls went unanswered. Stella's questions about my sudden departure received vague reassurances about business matters. Sasha's concerns about security protocols dismissed with a curt order to guard the manor. The Bratva Pakan leaves no loose ends, makes no impulsive moves. Plans 3 steps ahead. Yet here I am, flying into the Russian wilderness on nothing but my drunken father's word. Bezumie. Polnoye bezumie. Matiego. Aimuta. This is a complete fucking madness. The navigation system alerts me to my approach. Below, the Kolyma region unfolds endless white, broken by dark stretches of forest and the occasional scar of human settlement. This is Russia's forgotten corner. A place where Stalin sent those he wished to erase. Where winters kill as efficiently as bullets. Where isolation itself becomes a prison wall. I land at a private airstrip owned by a Bratva associate, who asks no questions when enough money changes hands. The desolate landing strip appears suddenly through the snow-laden clouds. Little more than a crude gash carved into the wilderness. Yuri Popov, a man who'd sell his own mother for the right price, greets me with a curt nod as I disembark. No paperwork. No customs. No record of my arrival. This is how business is conducted in the forgotten corners of my homeland with cash. Silence. And the unspoken threat of what happens to those who break either. The cold hits like walking into a wall of solid ice as I exit the aircraft minus 40 degrees. The kind of bone-deep cold that freezes lungs and crystallizes eyelashes. My breath forms clouds that the wind immediately shreds. A driver waits with a Soviet-era UAZ, its engine running continuously to prevent freezing. He nods once, accepting the thick envelope I offer without counting its contents. Vostok. I tell him in Russian. Bystre. Fast as possible. 3 hours. He replies, gesturing to the passenger seat. If roads are clear, we drive in silence through what locals call the Valley of Frozen Shadows. The landscape deserves the melodramatic name jagged mountains loom beneath heavy clouds, their peaks disappearing into gray nothingness. Stunted trees bend permanently from relentless wind, their branches reaching southward, searching for sun. Nothing survives here without becoming twisted, deformed, adapted to harshness. What has 20 years in this wilderness done to my mother halfway to Vostok? The driver stops to refuel at an isolated outpost, a cluster of weather-beaten buildings huddled against the elements. While he fills the tank, I stand in the biting wind, staring at the endless white horizon. For 20 years, I've been tormented by the certainty of her death. The possibility of her life is somehow more terrifying. What if my father lied? What if this journey leads nowhere? What if she's there but broken beyond recognition? What if she doesn't remember me? What if she does questions without answers? Emotions without outlets. The kind of bullshit I've spent my adult life eliminating. I could turn back. Return to California. To business. To Stella and Paulina. To the life I've built on the foundation of believing my mother was murdered. Instead, I climb back into the UAZ when the driver signals. The choice is already made. Has been since I heard those impossible words from my father's lips. We continue through deepening desolation until a structure appears on the horizon. A massive concrete complex sprawling across a barren hillside. Watchtowers punctuate a perimeter fence topped with razor wire. The Soviet star still crowns the main building, though its red paint has mostly flaked away, leaving rust-colored marks in the metal. Vostok Institute for Mental Health and Rehabilitation. Podostis this. Wait here. I tell the driver as we approach the main gate. I may be several hours. And Nolz, settling back in his seat. Men in this region understand waiting. Winter teaches patience through survival. The first checkpoint is manned by bored guards who straighten when I approach. I offer identification, not my real passport, but one of several alternatives I keep for situations requiring discretion. Along with it, I slide across a stack of rubles thick enough to make the senior guard's eyes widen slightly. I'm here to see Dr. Reznikov. Isai. He's expecting me. Ali. But delivered with enough confidence to create doubt. The guard makes a show of examining my documents, while his partner makes a phone call. Money disappears into pockets. Gates open. The first barrier falls. The administrative building smells of cabbage, désinfectant, and the particular mustiness of papers stored too long in damp conditions. A woman with hair pulled so tightly it seems to stretch. Her features sits behind a desk, typing on an outdated computer. I need to see Dr. Reznikov. I repeat, placing another stack of rubles beside her keyboard. Family matter. Her fingers pause. Eyes flick to the money. Then, to my face. Name Andrev. Another alias. Tell him it concerns a long-term patient. Maria Tarasova. Something flickers across her features. Recognition. Perhaps. She lifts a phone. Speaks quietly. Listens. Then nods to herself. Third floor. Room 312. Sergei will escort you. A security officer materializes, leading me through corridors that grow progressively cleaner and better maintained as we ascend. The third floor houses administration, the domain of those who control rather than those who are controlled. Room 312 features a heavy wooden door with a brass nameplate. Dr. Mikhail Reznikov. Director. My escort knocks. Receives permission to enter, then steps aside as I brush past him. The office beyond is surprisingly modern compared to the rest of the facility leather furniture. Contemporary art. A computer that wasn't manufactured during the Soviet era. Behind a substantial desk sits a man in his mid-60s. Gray hair swept back from a broad forehead. Brown eyes studying me through rectangular glasses. His expression suggests a lifetime of calculating risk versus reward. Mr. Andreev. He gestures to the chair opposite his desk. An unexpected visit. I remain standing. I prefertara so. His eyebrows lift slightly. Alexe Tarasov. The prodigal son returns to his homeland. You know who I am. I make it my business to know the names of powerful men. He removes his glasses, polishing them with a handkerchief, particularly those with connections to my patients. Maria Tarasova. He replaces his glasses, folding his hands on the desk. Now I understand the visit. Is she here? That depends on what you're offering for the information. I've spent enough time in Russia to understand the dance. I remove an envelope from my jacket, placing it on his desk without comment. He doesn't touch it, merely glances at its thickness. Patient confidentiality is a serious matter, he says, though his tone suggests otherwise. I add a second envelope. His lips twitch in what might be a smile. Maria Tarasova was committed in 2003. He says finally, diagnosis, delusional, disorder with paranoid features. Who committed her? Her husband, Rodion Tarasov, with supporting documentation from a doctor, Petro. And the real reason I ask, knowing psychiatric diagnoses in Russia often disguise political inconveniences. Reznikov shrugs. I believe she witnessed something concerning enough that certain parties felt she should be contained. What did she witness? That information would require a much more substantial conversation. His eyes flick meaningfully to the envelopes. I add a third. His smile widens. I don't know the specifics. He admits. Those details aren't in her file. But it involved your father and several high-ranking officials who have since died or disappeared. And who would those officials be? I press. His shoulders hike. That is a matter I have no knowledge of. I absorb this, filing it away for later examination. Her condition now remarkably stable, considering her circumstances. He leans back in his chair. Your mother is resilient. She functions well enough to participate in our work program. Work program. Patients with practical skills contribute to the Institute's operations. Kitchen work. Laundry. Basic maintenance. It provides structure. Purpose. He adjusts his glasses. Your mother was always an excellent cook. She now runs our kitchen. The casual mention of my mother's cooking something so normal. So, domestic hits with unexpected force. I remember Sunday mornings. The smell of blinny. Her humming as she moved around our kitchen. Before everything shattered. I want to see her. Reznikov checks his watch. Fortunate timing. Dinner preparation is underway. I can arrange an observation, but direct contact requires paperwork. Oprovash I to bjod neverojatno. It doesn't fucking end. I place a fourth envelope on his desk, thicker than the others. Expedite the paperwork. He considers the offer, then nods once. Wait here. When he leaves, I move to the window overlooking the compound. From this height, the full scope of Vostok becomes clear, a series of interconnected buildings surrounded by emptiness. No nearby towns. No accessible roads, except the one I arrived on. No possibility of escape. Even if one survived the cold. A perfect prison disguised as a hospital. I've spent decades building power, yet in this frozen corner of Russia, I'm reduced to begging and bribing for the simple right to see my own mother. I bite back my frustration, reminding myself of why I'm doing this. Reznikov returns 15 minutes later. This way, I silently follow. We descend through the administrative levels to the ground floor, then follow a long corridor toward what he calls the school, a section where higher-functioning patients participate in structured activities. The atmosphere changes, subtly, walls painted in warmer colors. Artwork displayed. Fewer locked doors. Most patients here maintain some connection to reality. Reznikov explains as we walk. They follow routines, interact appropriately, perform assigned tasks. Your mother has been in this section for 12 years. Before that, his hesitation tells me everything. The early years of treatment were more intensive. My jaw tenses, but I keep my mouth shut. We turn a corner, approaching a set of double doors. Beyond them lies a large dining hall filled with simple tables and chairs. One wall features a glass partition, providing a view into an industrial kitchen where several people in white uniforms work at various stations. The evening meal is served at 6. Reznikov says, "Your mother oversees all preparation." My heart pounds against my ribs as I scan the kitchen. Several patients chop vegetables. An older man stirs something in a massive pot. A woman arranges bread on trays. And then I see her. She stands at a central workstation. Gray-streaked hair, tucked beneath a chef's hat. Her slender frame moving with the same grace I remember from childhood. Her back is to us as she demonstrates something to a younger patient. Her hands gesturing in the familiar way that accompanied her stories at bedtime. 20 years. 20 fucking years I believed her dead. Buried in some unmarked grave. Now she stands 40 feet away, very much alive, stirring a pot of soup as though the world hasn't collapsed around me. As if sensing observation, she turns slightly toward the glass, the knife in her hand, moving mid-chop. And I see her. My mother's eyes in a face I barely recognize. Chapter 29. Alexe time stops. All of my attention focuses on the woman behind the glass, her hands moving with the same precise ease I remember from childhood. The knife in her grip descends in a steady rhythm, transforming vegetables into neat, uniform pieces. A gesture so familiar, it burns the slight tilt of her head. The way she pushes a stray lock of hair behind her ear with the back of her wrist to keep her hands clean. Father wasn't lying. She's alive. My lungs forget their purpose. My heart thunders with such force, I'm certain it's audible. I stand motionless, unable to step forward or retreat, trapped by the impossibility of this moment. She's thinner than I remember. The soft roundness of her face has given way to more pronounced cheekbones. Her hair, once rich, dark brown like mine, is now streaked with silver, visible even beneath the white chef's hat. Lines frame her eyes and mouth, speaking of more than 20 years of hardship. Yet she's unmistakably beautiful. Unmistakably her mama. She moves to a large pot, stirring its contents before tasting from a small spoon. Her expression shifts slightly, a small frown, a minor adjustment to seasonings. The same expression she wore when perfecting borscht in our St. Petersburg kitchen, insisting that cooking was both science and art. A memory surfaces with such clarity that it steals what little breath remains in my lungs. I am 7, sitting at our kitchen table, legs swinging above the floor. Mother hums as she cooks, some folk song whose name I've forgotten. The apartment smells of dill and garlic. Father is away, one of his disappearances that always left the apartment lighter, filled with Mother's laughter and music. She turns, catching me, watching her. My little watcher, she says, smiling, always so serious. She crosses to me, touches my cheek with fingers that smell of onions and butter. One day you'll be too tall for me to reach your face. She teases. Promise you'll still let me cook for you then. I nod solemnly, unable to imagine a world where I wouldn't want her cooking. Her touch, her presence. The wooden spoon in her hand drips borscht onto the worn linoleum as she laughs at my expression. She ruffles my hair, something Father would have slapped her face for doing, and returns to the stove. The kitchen is small, barely fitting the ancient refrigerator and stained countertop. But when she moves through it, it feels like a palace, like a sanctuary. Alexe, she says over her shoulder, taste this and tell me if it needs more salt. I slide from my chair, proud to be her trusted taster. In these quiet moments between us, I feel important, valued. The complete opposite of how Father makes me feel when he stumbles home stinking of vodka. With my mother, I am safe. Complete. Enough. The memory dissolves, replaced by the stark reality of the industrial kitchen. 20 years have passed. I've become the man she imagined too tall for her to reach my face without stretching. But not through natural growth, through her loss. Through the void her disappearance created. She turns slightly, her profile visible now. The shape of her nose, the curve of her jaw, features I see in my own reflection. Indiana's face. In Bobik's expression, features I've passed to Polina without realizing their origin. All my power, all my wealth, all my brutality, none of it prepared me for seeing a ghost made flesh. Would she recognize me? The boy she left behind is gone, replaced by a man hardened by her absence. My face has sharpened, shoulders broadened, eyes darkened with experiences she can't imagine. I've killed men, ordered deaths, built an empire on violence and fear. What would she see if she looked at me now? She moves away from the pot, returning to her workstation. A younger patient approaches with a question. She answers with a benevolent smile, demonstrating something with her hands. She was always a natural teacher, explaining the world with gentle clarity, making complex things simple for Diana and me. Another memory rises. Mother's cool hand on my forehead, checking for fever, her face wreathed with concern. I am 9. My wrist, freshly broken by Father's rage. She splinted it herself, afraid to take me to a hospital where questions might be asked. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, but her voice remains steady as she tells me stories to distract from the pain. You are stronger than he is, she whispers, When she thinks I'm drifting to sleep. Not in your fists. Lyosha, in your heart. Remember that. I blink the memory away. My throat tight, with an emotion I haven't allowed myself to feel in decades. Grief. Not for a dead mother, but for all the years stolen from us. All the moments she missed. All the times I needed her guidance and found only emptiness. She moves to the sink, washing her hands thoroughly before wiping them on her apron. Something about the gesture is so achingly familiar that a sound escapes me, not quite a word, not quite a breath. She pauses, head tilting slightly, as if sensing that she's being watched. Her eyes lift, scanning the dining area visible through the glass partition. For a moment, her gaze passes over me, without recognition. Hurt flares for a moment before I put it into perspective. How could she possibly recognize me now? The years have turned me into something else. Something hard and unyielding. Nothing like the boy she left behind. Then something shifts in her expression. Not recognition exactly, but awareness. The instinctive sense that someone is watching with more than casual interest. It's a look I've seen countless times before in targets who sense they're being hunted. In business associates who realize too late they've crossed me. That basic instinct humans never quite lose, no matter how civilized we pretend to be. Her shoulders tense slightly, her movements becoming more deliberate as she scans the room again. Slower this time, searching for the source of that prickling sensation at the back of her neck. She says something to another kitchen worker, then moves toward a door at the side of the kitchen. My muscles tense, fight-or-flight instinct warring with the desperate need to remain exactly where I am, to see her, to hear her voice. The door opens. She emerges into the dining area, wiping her hands on her apron. She approaches slowly, eyes narrowing slightly as she studies me. There is no recognition in her gaze, only the cautious concern of someone approaching a stranger who seems out of place. V v porядке. Молодой человек, she asks, "Are you okay?" Young man. Her voice. After 20 years. Her voice. Slightly rougher than I remember, but with the same gentle cadence that once soothed nightmares and healed wounds. The sound unlocks something in my chest, a pressure valve releasing emotions I've contained for 2 decades. I've ordered men killed without blinking, but I can't form a single word as my mother, my dead mother, walks toward me. My throat closes, my vision blurs, my hands, capable of such violence, hang uselessly at my sides. She stops 2 feet away, concern deepening in her expression. Господи, you're pale as death. Should I call someone? One word. I need to say one word to shatter the distance between us, to bridge years of absence, to transform her concern for a stranger into what? Joy, horror, disbelief. What would she think of this man standing before her? Would she be proud, disappointed, horrified? There's only one way to find out. Mama, I say finally, softly. Her expression doesn't change immediately. The word hangs between us, suspended in the air. Then, slowly, her eyes widen, her lips part, the color drains from her face. Chapter 30. Alexe Lyosha. The diminutive form of my name, the name she used all those years ago, pours into a hollowness deep in my chest. Her eyes are huge, and rising to cover her mouth. Time stretches, elastic and surreal, as recognition dawns across her features. "Is it really you?" she whispers through trembling fingers. Words fail me. I manage a single nod, my throat constricted by emotions I've spent decades burying. Years of carefully constructed control crumbles in an instant. She takes a half-step forward, then stops, as if afraid I might disappear. Her eyes scan my face with desperate intensity, taking in the changes time has wrought. The boy she knew transformed into a man she doesn't recognize, yet somehow knows to her core. Moisin. She breathes. Moelyosha. Something breaks inside me, a dam holding back too many years of grief. I feel wetness on my cheeks before I realize I'm crying. Silent tears that I haven't allowed since the day she vanished. "Mama?" I choke out, my voice broken. Her own tears spill freely now, tracking down cheeks hollowed by years of living in this fucking hellhole. For a moment, we stand frozen in mutual disbelief, separated by less than a foot of physical space in an ocean of lost time. Then she moves, with surprising speed for her age. She closes the distance between us. Her arms, thinner than I remember, but stronger than they appear, wrap around my waist. Her face presses against my chest, her body shaking with sobs that seem torn from the depths of her being. "My boy," she cries, the words muffled against my shirt. "My beautiful boy." My arms encircle her automatically, carefully, as if she might break under too much pressure. She feels smaller than in my memories, or perhaps I've simply grown into the man she always said I would become. Her head barely reaches my shoulder now, when once she seemed to tower over me. I hold her as she weeps, my own tears falling silently into her gray-streaked hair. The scent of her flour and cooking spices layered over coarse, institutional soap triggers a flood of memories so vivid they steal my breath. Sunday mornings, making blini. Her hands bandaging scraped knees, her voice singing lullabies to usher in sleep. "Mama." We stand locked together while the world continues around us. Distant footsteps, the clatter of kitchen preparations, the mechanical hum of the building. None of it matters. Nothing exists beyond this impossible moment of reunion. Eventually, her sobs quiet. She pulls back slightly, looking up at me with red-rimmed eyes full of wonder. One trembling hand rises to touch my face, fingers tracing the line of my jaw, the arch of my brow. "Look at you," she whispers. "Amen. My little boy is a man." She guides me to a nearby table, her hand gripping mine as if afraid I might vanish. We sit facing each other, neither speaking for long moments. Words seem inadequate, trivial, against the weight of so many years of absence. I study her as she studies me. The Maria of my memory was vibrant, her movements quick and graceful despite the shadow of my father's abuse. This woman before me moves with the careful precision of someone who has learned to navigate a world of strict limitations. Her beauty remains, but transformed, softened by age, tempered by hardship, deepened by survival. 20 years is a long time. "Son," she says finally, her voice steadier now. Tell me about your life. Tell me everything. How do I compress 2 decades into words? How do I explain the Bratva, the empire built on blood and fear? How do I tell my gentle mother that her son became the very thing she once protected him, from a man whose rage shapes the world around him? I live in America now. I begin carefully. California. I have business interests there. Something in her eyes tells me she understands the deliberate vagueness, but she doesn't press. Instead, she squeezes my hand. And Diana lives near me. She's an architect now, designs beautiful buildings. I feel my lips curve in a rare, genuine smile. She still plays piano, just like you taught her. Mother's eyes fill with fresh tears. She had such talent, even as a little girl. Vasya runs the technical side of my business. He's the same brilliant with computers, awkward with people. She laughs softly. The sound so achingly familiar, it sends a fresh wave of grief through me. All those years of missing that laugh, of wondering where she was buried, how she died. And you, she asks, are you married, children? The question creates a complicated tangle of emotions. Stella, Polina, Bobik, the family I've cobbled together from broken pieces. I have a daughter, Isai, deciding to start with the simplest truth. Polina, she's just a couple of weeks old. Mama's face transforms with joy. A granddaughter. I have a granddaughter. She has your eyes. I tell her, and your smile. I think. She presses a hand to her heart, as if physically containing her emotion. And her mother, Stella. It's complicated. I'm not ready to explain that relationship, the revenge that became love, the secrets and revelations still fresh between us. Mother nods, accepting the boundary. Life usually is. She looks down at our clasped hands, then back to my face. I have a confession. Lyosha, in my darkest times here, I wasn't sure I would ever see you again. But I never stopped hoping. Every night, I would talk to you and Diana in my mind, telling you about my day, asking about yours. The simple statement breaks something open inside me. I imagine her lying on a bare bunk, whispering into the darkness, keeping her children alive in the only way available to her. How did you survive this place, I ask, gesturing to our surroundings. She's quiet for a moment, her expression distant. Not well. At first, I fought. I screamed your names until my voice gave out. I tried to escape 3 times. She smiles faintly. The 3rd time, they put me in isolation for 6 months. I tightened my grip on her hand, rage building toward my father, toward this institution, toward a system that could swallow a woman whole. After that, I found God. She continues. Not the God of cathedrals and icons, but something quieter. Something that helped me accept what I couldn't change. She touches the small Orthodox cross hanging at her neck. Then I found cooking. She smiles, and her face transforms. The kitchen became my sanctuary, my small kingdom where I had some control. Father told me you were dead. Isai, the words coming out roughly. All this time, I believed he'd killed you. Pain flashes across her features. Rodion always was a coward. Easier to have you think me dead than admit what he'd done. Why? The question that's burned inside me since learning she was alive. Why did he put you here? She withdraws her hand from mine, folding both in her lap. That's a longer conversation. Lyosha. One we should have. But not here. Not now. Her eyes meet mine. Steady, despite the tears still clinging to her lashes. How did you find me? After all this time, that's not important now. I tell her, not wanting to ruin this moment by bringing up the bastard's name who sent her here. What matters is that I found you. I heard you were alive, and I found you. And you came immediately. I had to see if it was true. If you were really, I can't finish the sentence. She reaches out, touching my face again. My Lyosha. Always so impulsive when your heart is involved. The familiar gesture, the gentle teasing in her tone. It's so perfectly her that I have to close my eyes against a fresh wave of emotion. I'm taking you home, I say when I can speak again. To America. To your family. Something shifts in her expression. Hesitation. Fear, perhaps. You don't just leave Vostok. This place. It becomes part of you. I don't care what it takes. Money. Connections. Threats. I'll use everything I have. I lean forward, taking both her hands in mine. I am not leaving you here. Not for another day. She studies me, seeing perhaps more than I want her to the power I wield. The methods I employ, the man I've become in her absence. You have influence now. The kind your father had. The question cuts deep, the implicit comparison to the man I've spent my life trying not to become. Different. I say finally, but effective. She nods slowly. There's much we don't know about each other anymore. Time creates strangers, even from blood. Then we'll learn again. I squeeze her hands gently. Diana will want to see you. And Polina, she should know her grandmother. At the mention of family, her resolve visibly strengthens. Horoshi, she says, straightening her shoulders. Family is what matters. Always has been. I'll speak with Reznikov. Make arrangements. I don't elaborate on what those arrangements will entail. The bribes, the threats, the leverage I'll apply to anyone who stands in my way. It won't be simple, she warns. Nothing involving Vostok ever is. I don't need simple. I just need you free. She smiles, then a real smile that changes her face, erasing years of hardship for a brief moment. My Lyosha, still so determined. She touches the cross at her neck again. God works in mysterious ways. I prayed for 20 years to see my children again. And here you are. Not God. Isai. Unable to share her faith after everything I've seen. Everything I've done. Just a son who missed his mother. She cups my face between her palms, studying me with eyes that see too much. There's good in you still. I can see it, even behind all you try to hide. The observation makes me uncomfortable, too close to places I keep guarded. I stand, still holding one of her hands. We should go. I need to speak with Reznikov about your release. She rises, but hesitates. My shift in the kitchen doesn't matter anymore. I finish firmly. You're never cooking in that kitchen again. For a moment, I see fear flicker across her features. The institutionalized response to breaking routine, to stepping outside established boundaries. Then determination replaces it. She unties her apron, folding it with deliberate movements before placing it on the table. 20 years, she says softly. A lifetime. A lifetime we get back. I counter, offering my arm. She takes it, her thin hand resting in the crook of my elbow. As we walk toward the administrative section, her steps grow steadier, her head lifting higher. Mother and son, separated by decades, reunited by a deathbed confession. Whatever obstacles lie ahead, bureaucratic, legal, emotional, I will overcome them. I have built an empire, destroyed enemies, protected what's mine at any cost. And Maria Tarasova is mine to protect now. Too, as she once protected me.
Chapter 31, Stella. The night air carries a slight chill as I step onto the pool deck, wrapping my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. Polina finally settled after her evening feed, monitored by the night nurse who assured me I could take a much-needed break. 2 weeks of motherhood have taught me to seize these rare moments of solitude. Except I'm not alone. Diana sits hunched in one of the lounge chairs, illuminated by the soft blue glow of the pool lights. Her normally perfect posture is collapsed, shoulders curved inward like a wounded animal. An unmistakable cloud of marijuana smoke hangs around her, the acrid sweetness cutting through the chlorine scent of the pool. I hesitate, unsure whether to retreat or approach. Diana and I have developed a cautious friendship since Polina's birth, united by our mutual love for the baby, if nothing else. But I've never seen her like this. Designer silk pajamas rumpled, hair escaping its usually immaculate bun, eyes puffy and unfocused. Before I can decide, she looks up, noticing me. Something in her expression, raw vulnerability, perhaps draws me forward. Mind if I join you? I ask softly. She gestures vaguely to the chair beside her, neither welcoming nor dismissing me. The small table between us holds evidence of her evening rolling papers, a half-empty bottle of expensive vodka, several partially smoked joints. Her fingers tremble slightly as she reaches for one, relighting it with fumbling movements. I sit carefully, giving her space while making my presence available. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the pool's edge and Diana's occasional exhale of smoke. Have you heard from Alexe? I finally ask. He's been gone for 3 days now, a sudden business trip to Europe. According to the brief explanation he left. No calls. No message. Just absence. Diana doesn't answer. Instead, she reaches for her phone, unlocks it with trembling fingers, and wordlessly holds the screen toward me. A single text message glows in the darkness. I'm with Mama in Vostok. I read it twice, confusion settling like a stone in my stomach. Vostok, with Mama. Diana takes a long drag from her joint, the ember glowing bright orange in the dimness. When she speaks, her voice is rougher than usual, her Russian accent more pronounced. Vostok Institute for Mental Health and Rehabilitation. She pronounces each word with bitter precision. The worst place on earth. A hospitalier. Still not comprehending. A prison disguised as a hospital. She exhales a plume of smoke toward the star-scattered sky. In Soviet times, they sent dissidents there. Political prisoners labeled as mentally ill. Now it's something else. Still terrible. Still a place where people disappear. The chill in the air seems to deepen, and with Mama, I thought she was. We thought both of our parents had been dead for a long time. Diana's laugh holds no humor. Apparently, we were wrong. Both. The word escapes before I can stop it. Diana's gaze shifts to mine. Slightly unfocused from the marijuana, but still penetrating. Our father is in the guest room of the left wing, dying of cancer. He told us our mother is kept in Vostok. The revelation leaves me reeling. In all our time together, Alexe has barely mentioned his parents, only that his father was abusive and his mother disappeared. I assumed, as Diana did, that both were long dead. I don't understand. I say again, though fragments are beginning to connect. Alexe's sudden departure. Diana's distress. The text message that seems to have shattered her composure. Neither do I. She offers me the joint. When I shake my head, she takes another deep drag. 20 years believing Mama was dead. 20 years hating Papa for killing her. And now, her voice breaks. Now, she's alive in that horrible place. And he's dying in our guest room. My mouth falls open, not knowing what to say. What comfort can I possibly offer for this revelation? Probably nothing. Instead, I move to sit beside her on the lounge chair, placing a gentle arm around her shoulders. She stiffens momentarily, then leans into me, her body shaking with silent sobs. We sit like this for several minutes. The pool lights, casting rippling patterns across our faces. Diana's tears gradually subside, replaced by the loose-limbed heaviness that comes with emotional exhaustion and weed. You know what's funny? She says finally, her words slightly slurred. Lyosha, Alexe, he always protected me. Even when we were children. Even when Papa, she trails off, reaching for another joint. I watch her light it, the flame briefly illuminating her tear-streaked face. You mentioned your father was abusive. I say carefully. Diana's laugh is hollow. Abusive. Such a clinical word for what he was. She inhales deeply, holding the smoke in her lungs before releasing it in a slow stream. I remember once. I was 8. Papa came home drunk, he was always drunk, and started throwing things. A vodka bottle shattered against the wall. Lyosha pushed me under the bed and covered me with his body. She draws a pattern on her silk-covered thigh. Eyes, distant with memory. I can still feel him trembling against me. This skinny little boy, trying so hard to be brave. To protect me. He took the beating, meant for both of us. The image forms vividly in my mind, 2 small children huddled together, one shielding the other from violence, neither deserved. The ruthless man who ordered my parents' murder, he was once just a little boy, protecting his twin sister. And your mother, I ask gently. Diana's expression softens. Mama tried to protect us. Joe. She would distract Papa when his moods turned dark. Take the blows meant for us. Her fingers traced the rim of the vodka bottle. I remember the day she disappeared. She was making pierogi. I can still smell the dough frying. She kissed us goodbye when we left for school. When we came home, she was gone. Just like that father said, she went to visit family in Moscow. Diana's bitter smile returns. We knew he was lying. Mama would never leave without saying goodbye properly. Without leaving a note. Something. She takes another drag, the smoke curling around her face like a veil. We thought he killed her. For all these years, we believed he murdered our mother. And now Alexei's found hair, Usai, pieces clicking into place. At this Vostok place, Diana nods, her movements becoming looser as the marijuana takes stronger hold. We had signals. You know, the three of us, me, Lyosha, and Vasya. 3 taps on the wall meant father was drunk. 2 quick, 1 slow meant hide. Vasya got out first boarding school, then university. Left us behind. There's no accusation in her voice. Just stated fact. Lyosha and I, we had hiding places throughout the house. Una biz, inside wardrobes. Almost for 3 hours. In a kitchen cabinet. She laughs. The sound edged with hysteria. That's what a shitty childhood does to a person. The Tarasov siblings survived by protecting each other. As she speaks, something shifts in me. In my understanding of Alexe, the man who shows such gentle care with Bobik and Polina learned tenderness precisely because he knew its opposite. His fierce protectiveness of those he loves, it comes from a childhood where protection meant survival. We thought we were free when Lyosha became Pecan. Diana continues, her words beginning to slur together. Exiled, Papa, to Siberia. Built this life. But you never really escape. Here do you? She gestures vaguely at the opulent surroundings. All this, and we're still those scared little children. I'm so sorry, I whisper. It seems so inadequate. She gives a slight snort, then goes silent. I don't press her to speak, but when the silence continues, I turn to look at her. Her head droops, eyelids growing heavy. The joint slips from her fingers, and I carefully extinguish it in the ashtray. Diana mumbles something in Russian, too soft and slurred for me to catch, before her breathing deepens into sleep. I sit with her a moment longer, processing everything she's revealed. The childhood horrors that shaped the Tarasov siblings, the mother suddenly found alive after so many years of presumed death. The father, who returned to die under the same roof as the children he tormented. And Alexe gone to this notorious institution to rescue his mother, acting on impulse rather than his usual calculated control. A side of him I've never witnessed. It's too much to process, but it helps to understand. I carefully adjust Diana's position so she won't wake with a stiff neck, then drape my cardigan over her shoulders against the night chill. She looks younger in sleep, the carefully maintained facade of sophistication melting away to reveal the vulnerable woman beneath. As I gather the scattered joints and rolling papers, my thoughts turn to Alexe. The man I've struggled to reconcile, tender father and ruthless killer, suddenly appears in a new light. Not excused for his actions toward my father. Definitely not. But perhaps more comprehensible. A man formed in the crucible of childhood trauma, who learned early that violence could be both weapon and shield, who built walls around himself, letting only a select few Diana, Bobik, now Polina see his capacity for gentleness. And somewhere in Russia, that he's facing his past, the mother, he believed dead, imprisoned in a place Diana describes as hell on earth. I look back at Diana's sleeping form, wondering how many nights she spent out here alone, smoking to numb the pain of memories she can't escape. Tonight, at least, she won't wake alone. I settle into the chair beside her, watching. The steam rise from the heated pool into the cool night air. The manor feels different tonight, less a gilded cage, more a fortress sheltering damaged souls, including, perhaps, my own.
Chapter 32, Alexe. The gravel crunches beneath the tires as the car rolls to a stop at the entrance of Blackwood Manor. Through the tinted windows, I see Diana pacing on the front steps, her elegant figure taut with anticipation. She stops mid-stride when she spots the vehicle, one hand rising to her mouth. Beside me in the back seat, my mother draws a sharp breath. Is that Diana? I confirm, watching her eyes fill with tears. It's been a lifetime since they've seen each other. Diana was a child when our mother disappeared. Still, a girl with braces and dreams of becoming a concert pianist. Now she stands before us. A poised woman of 35. Successful and strong, despite everything our father did to break her. She's so beautiful, Mama whispers, her fingers pressing against the window glass like a child longing for something in a shop display. My little girl, I exit first, circling around to open her door. She takes my offered hand, her grip surprisingly strong despite her frail appearance. The flight from Russia was exhausting, endless hours of tension and paperwork, bribes and threats, ensuring our unhindered departure from a country that doesn't easily release its prisoners. My mother pauses as she steps from the car, taking in the sprawling estate before her. Blackwood Manor must seem impossibly grand after a lifetime in a prison cell. The manicured gardens, the symmetrical wings stretching like protective arms, the gleaming windows reflecting the late afternoon sun. "This is where you live?" she asks, voice barely audible. "Da, mamusk. It's safe here." I place my hand gently on her lower back, guiding her forward. Diana's waiting. We've taken only 3 steps when Diana breaks, with a sound that's half sob, half her childhood name for our mother, Mamachka. She rushes down the remaining steps. My mother's legs seem to give way, and I steady her as emotion overwhelms her physical strength. My beautiful daughter, Mama Kries, arms outstretched. My beautiful, beautiful girl. They collide in an embrace so fierce, I step back, giving them space for this moment that belongs only to them. Diana, my composed, controlled sister who rarely shows emotion, weeps openly, her face buried in our mother's neck. Our mother's hands move constantly, touching Diana's hair, her face, her shoulders, as if confirming her daughter's solidity after 2 decades of separation. "Let me look at you," Mama says, pulling back to cup Diana's face between her palms. "Oh, my dochenka, you have your grandmother's eyes." Diana laughs through her tears. "That's what you always said." "Because it's true." Mama brushes a strand of hair from Diana's forehead with the same gentle gesture I remember from childhood, the one that always came before a kiss on the temple. A whispered word of encouragement. I watch them. These 2 women who share the same delicate bone structure, the same graceful hands, the same resilience that allowed them to survive what would have broken others. Something tightens in my chest, and I'm surprised to find my own eyes watering. I blink hard. "Not now. Keep it together. Mudak." All this time, we've believed her dead, fought off nightmares and rage and emptiness. And now she stands before us. Older, but unmistakably our mother. "Is Vasya here too?" Mama asks, looking around hopefully. "He's flying in from St. Claas, Petersburg this week," Diana answers, still holding Mama's hands as if afraid she might disappear again. He couldn't believe it when Alexe called. None of us could. My mother turns to me, her smile radiant, despite the tears streaming down her face. My children. All my children together again. The joy in her expression makes what comes next even more difficult. I hesitate, reluctant to shatter this perfect moment, with the reality waiting inside. But she needs to know before we enter the house, before she potentially encounters him. Mama, I say carefully, there's something else you need to know. Her smile falters, eyes searching my face. She's always been perceptive, able to read my expressions, when others saw only a blank mask. Even after all the years. That hasn't changed. What is it? Lyosha Diana shoots me a warning glance, but there's no gentle way to deliver this news. Father is here. In the manor, I say simply, the silence that follows is absolute. Mother's face drains of color so rapidly that I step forward, concerned she might faint. Her fingers dig into Diana's arm with sudden desperation. Rodion. The whisper contains 2 decades of dread. He's dying. I continue, watching her closely. He came here seeking, I don't know, forgiveness. Perhaps. He's the one who told me you were alive. That you were in Vostok. Mother's legs give way completely. Diana and I catch her between us, guiding her to a nearby bench. Her breathing has become erratic, her hands trembling violently. No, she gasps. I can't. I'm not ready. You don't have to see him, Diana says quickly, kneeling before her. Not ever. If you don't want to. I crouch beside Diana, taking one of Mother's shaking hands in mine. The manor is large. 2 separate wings. He's confined to a guest room in the left wing. Too weak to move much. You'll stay in the right wing with me. He won't come near you unless you allow it. Her eyes dart between us. Wild, with something I haven't seen since childhood. The fear that preceded Father's drunken rages. The fear that taught us to hide under beds and in closets. A lifetime. She whispers. A lifetime in Vostok because of him. Because I threatened to expose. She glances at Diana. Something dark crossing her features before she falls silent. I don't press her to continue, but file away this partial revelation, adding it to the growing list of questions about why she was imprisoned. What the fuck did she threaten to expose? What secret was worth locking her away for what could have been a lifetime? Makes my blood boil. Just thinking about it. Mama, I say firmly, regaining her attention. Listen to me. You're safe now. I promise you. No one will hurt you here, not Father. Not anyone. Do you understand? She focuses on my face with visible effort. You're so like him. She murmurs, touching my cheek. The same face, but different eyes. Your eyes were always kind, even as a little boy. The comparison to my father stings, but I push past it. The manor is secure. Guards at every entrance. You'll have your own suite of rooms, your own bathroom, your own privacy. Father is dying. He has weeks, perhaps days. He can't hurt you anymore. Her breathing gradually steadies, though her hands continue to tremble. I never thought I'd hear his name again without bars between us. You don't have to see him. I repeat Diana's words. That's your choice. Everything now is your choice. Diana takes Mama's other hand. Would you like to stay in the right wing with Alexe? Or in my apartment in the left wing? It's far from Father's room. Mama looks between us, her expression clearing slightly as she processes the options. With you, she says to Diana, if that's all right. I've missed so many years. Of course it's all right. Diana says, voice breaking. I've prepared the guest room next to mine. It gets the morning sun. I help my mother to her feet, supporting her with an arm around her waist. She's steadier now, though the news about Father has clearly shaken her deeply. We guide her toward the entrance, moving slowly to accommodate her hesitant steps. You should rest. I tell her, tomorrow, you can meet the rest of the family. She glances up sharply. Rest of the family, my son, Bobik. I explain. And my daughter, Polina. I told you about her. Wonder replaces fear in her expression. Bobik, I have 2 grandchildren, da. Mamushka. Diana says, smiling through fresh tears. You'll love them, and they'll adore you. You'll see. As we enter the foyer, Mama pauses again, taking in the soaring ceiling, the marble floors, the tasteful display of wealth and power, so different from the cold walls of Vostok. All this, she murmurs. And still, he found us. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with decades of hurt. I see the shadow of Vostok cross her face again, that haunted look. I remember from childhood when Father would come home drunk. My jaw tightens. Even my wealth, my strength, my carefully constructed empire couldn't shield her from him. The realization burns like acid in my gut. He can't hurt you. Mamush. I say again. The promise solid as stone. Never again. I won't allow it. My voice drops lower, a dangerous edge sharpening each word. The thought of that motherfucker laying a hand on her makes my blood run cold with fury. I've spent years building my power, my world. Precisely so. No one I care about would ever be vulnerable again. Diana's eyes meet mine, and I see the shadow of our childhood reflected there, the sheer terror we both lived through, though she was spared the worst of it. My jaw tightens. No one touches what's mine, especially not the man who taught me what true hatred feels like. My mother turns to me, studying my face with the intensity I remember from childhood, the look that always made me feel she could see straight through to my soul. Moilyosha, she says softly. Always the protector. Even as a little boy. We continue toward the left wing, toward Diana's apartment, toward the beginning of whatever comes next. Mother walks between us, one hand in Diana's, the other gripping my arm for support. Each step seems to strengthen her, as if the physical distance from Russia, from Vostok, from the past, allows her to reclaim pieces of herself. I watch her profile, noting the determination firming her jaw, despite the fear still visible in her eyes. The same determination I saw in the Vostok kitchen when she decided to leave with me. The same determination that kept her alive for 20 years in that place. Whatever secret she carries, whatever caused my father to imprison her rather than simply divorce her, will come to light eventually. For now, It's enough that she's here, that she's safe, that my sister has stopped crying for the first time since learning our mother is alive. The rest can wait.
Chapter 33, Stella. So the wormhole creates a shortcut through space-time. Bobik explains, his hands animating the concept in the air between us, like folding a piece of paper to connect two distant points. Inod, genuinely fascinated, despite the complexity of the topic. And scientists think these actually exist, not just in science fiction. Einstein's equations predict them, he says with the confidence of a university professor rather than a 10-year-old. The math works. The problem is the energy required to keep one stable would be astronomical. He grins at his own pun, and I smile back, adjusting Polina's sleeping weight against my shoulder. She's heavy, with milk-induced slumber. Her tiny mouth, occasionally making suckling movements in her dreams. The contrast between my conversations with Bobik and the simplicity of caring for a newborn creates a strange harmony I've come to cherish. So, no intergalactic travel in our immediate future, I ask, gently rubbing Polina's back. Not unless we discover negative energy. Bobik sighs, wheeling himself toward his bookshelf. But quantum entanglement might offer another possibility. There's a new paper I read last week that suggests a soft knock interrupts him. We both turn toward the door as it opens slowly, revealing Alexe's broad frame. I know he returned yesterday, but he's made no effort to come to me. I can only imagine he's been taken up with settling his mother and now, something in his expression and intensity I can't quite read makes me straighten slightly, instantly alert. Is everything okay? I ask, my arm tightening protectively around Polina. Alexe doesn't answer. Instead, he steps aside, revealing an elderly woman standing behind him. She's slender, with iron gray hair pulled back in a simple bun. Her clothes are plain, a modest blouse and skirt that seem designed for utility rather than style. But it's her eyes that capture me instantly dark. Intelligent eyes that hold both warmth and wariness in equal measure. They're exactly the same color as Alexe's. Stella. Alexe's is, his voice carrying an unfamiliar note of emotion. Bobik. This is my mother. Maria Tarasova. Time seems to pause as the significance of this moment registers. Maria Tarasova, the woman Alexe, believed dead for half his life. The woman recently rescued from Vostok Institute in icy Siberia. The mother who has never met her grandchildren. Grandmother Bobik's voice breaks the silence. His excitement palpable. You're really here? Maria hesitates at the threshold, her gaze moving from Bobik to me, then to the sleeping baby in my arms. Something in her expression shifts, a softening, a recognition that transcends our lack of actual acquaintance. Yes, my dear, she says, her voice gentle with a musical Russian lilt. I'm really here. She enters the room with surprising grace for someone who spent decades in confinement. Her movements are measured but fluid, her posture straight, despite her years. As she approaches, I notice her hands slender like Diana's, but marked with the subtle signs of hard work and hardship. The skin is rough, her knuckles reddened. Bobik wheels himself forward eagerly, stopping just before her. Papa told me you were coming home. I never knew I had a grandma. Maria kneels before his wheelchair, bringing herself to his eye level. The gesture is so naturally maternal it creates an ache in my chest. A flash of memory surfaces of my own mother kneeling to speak to me as a child. Her eyes level with mine. Her attention, completely focused. And I've been waiting to meet you. My wonderful boy. Maria says, taking Bobik's hands in hers. Your father has told me how brilliant you are. How kind. Bobek beams under her attention. His usual reserve completely absent. Did you know I'm named after your father? Bobek is short for Boris. I did know, she says, smiling. He would have been very proud of you. Her gaze shifts to me, and I feel a curious warmth spread through my chest. Something in her eyes carries the same loving vigilance my own mother had, that ability to see everything without judgment. And you must be Stella, she says, rising slowly to approach me. The mother of my granddaughter. Yes, I manage, suddenly emotional, for reasons I can't fully articulate. This is Polina. My voice catches slightly as I turn the baby toward her. Something about this moment standing before Alexe's mother, a woman who's endured unimaginable suffering, who shares my daughter's blood, makes my chest tighten with unexpected emotion. I've imagined this meeting since I learned of her existence. Yet nothing prepared me for the gentle wisdom in her eyes, or how much Alexe's intensity echoes in her face. Softened by decades of patience, Maria stops before me, her eyes taking in every detail of my face before moving to the sleeping baby. Without hesitation, she reaches out and gently touches my cheek, her palm warm against my skin. My child, she says simply, the endearment breaking through emotional barriers I didn't know I'd constructed. May I? I understand immediately what she's asking. With careful movements, I transfer Polina into her waiting arms. Maria accepts the sleeping baby with infinite gentleness, cradling her with the confidence that comes only from having held children of her own. She has Alexe's eyes, Maria murmure, studying Polina's sleeping face. But your mouth, I think, beautiful. She looks up at me with a smile that transforms her face, erasing years of hardship. Thank you for this precious gift. The sincerity in her voice brings unexpected tears to my eyes. I'd forgotten how it felt to be under a mother's gaze, to be seen fully but loved completely. My own mother's death left a void that even Polina's birth couldn't entirely fill, the absence of maternal wisdom, of generational connection. These past weeks since Polina's birth should have been shared with my mother. I swallow hard and nod silently, at loss for words. Bobek wheels closer, eager to be part of the moment. She looks like me when I was a baby. He announces proudly, Papa showed me pictures. Maria laughs softly, and the sound, bringing a soft smile to Alexe's face as he watches from the doorway. Come here, my dear, she says to Bobek, somehow managing to kneel again while still holding Polina securely. The image before me, Maria embracing Bobek with one arm while cradling Polina, creates a lump in my throat. 3 generations connected in a single embrace. The family circle expanding to include this woman who carries herself with quiet dignity despite all she's endured. I have waited so long for this. Maria whispers, her voice thick with emotion. To hold my grandchildren. To see my family whole. I glance at Alexe, finding his eyes already on me. Something in his expression, a vulnerability so rare, so unguarded, tells me everything about what this moment means to him. This is more than a reunion. It's the healing of a wound that has shaped his entire adult life. Would you like some tea? I ask Maria as she rises again, still holding Polina. Bobek and I were just discussing wormholes and quantum physics. Were you now? Maria's eyes twinkle with amusement. My father was a physicist. You know, perhaps some of his knowledge has skipped a generation to you. Bobek's face lights up. Really, what kind of physics did he study? As Maria settles into a chair with Polina, answering Bobek's eager questions, I move to stand beside Alexe in the doorway. She's wonderful, I whisper, watching Maria interact with the children as if she's known them their entire lives. Day. He agrees simply, his voice rough with emotion. She always has been. Looking at Maria with the children, I realize what we'd all been missing, the glue that holds families together across generations. The wisdom that comes from having seen life from multiple perspectives. The unconditional love that only seems to deepen with age. Maria glances up, catching my eye with a warm smile that feels like a promise of support, of understanding, of the maternal guidance I've been missing since my own mother's death. Come sit with us. Stella, she says, patting the space beside her. Tell me about yourself. I want to know everything about the woman who has given my son such a beautiful daughter. As I join them, the circle closing around me, I feel something shift inside, a sense of belonging I haven't experienced since before my parents' deaths. Maria's presence fills a void I hadn't fully acknowledged, offering a connection to maternal wisdom I thought was lost forever. In this moment, surrounded by Alexe's family, our family, I understand that bonds can form across bloodlines, across tragedies, across time itself. That sometimes the family we need finds us when we least expect it. Maria reaches for my hand, squeezing it gently as Bobik continues his enthusiastic explanation of quantum entanglement. Her touch communicates volumes, acceptance, understanding, support, mother to mother, woman to woman. And for the first time since learning the truth about my parents' deaths, I feel the possibility of a future where love and forgiveness might coexist with grief and loss, where this complicated, broken, and healing family might actually become whole. Chapter 34. Stella. Over the past week, I've found myself drawn to the quiet moments between Maria and Polina. There's something mesmerizing about watching a grandmother with her grandchild, especially when that connection was nearly lost to time and circumstance. Maria sings to Polina, in Russian, lilting melodies that sound ancient and somehow familiar, though I've never heard them before. Her hands, marked by years of hard work, move with surprising grace as she swaddles Polina with expert precision, or traces the curve of the baby's cheek with a tender finger. Bayu, bayushki, bayu. She croons, rocking Polina against her shoulder. Nelos hisya nakrayu. Sleep, little one. Don't lie on the edge of the bed or the little gray wolf will come and grab you by the flank. She laughs at my expression. All Russian lullabies are a bit dark. I'm afraid, she explains. We believe children should know the world has teeth. There's wisdom in her words, in her presence, that fills an ache I didn't know I had. Since my mother's sudden death, I've navigated motherhood without the guidance that should have been my inheritance. Maria offers this freely, without imposing, creating a bridge between past and future. Tonight, Alexe is working late, another meeting with government contacts that will stretch into the early hours. The fragile truce between us holds, though conversations still carry the weight of unspoken grief. I'm not ready to face what might come next. So, we orbit each other carefully, united by Polina, but separated by the ghosts of my parents. Maria and I sit in the small drawing room, a traditional Russian samovar steaming between us. Polina sleeps in her bassinet nearby, sated and peaceful, her lips pursing slightly. Outside, darkness has fallen completely, turning the windows into mirrors that reflect our quiet companionship. Maria pours tea into delicate cups, her movements deliberate but slightly unsteady. I've noticed this tremor increases when she's emotional or tired. Tonight, something in her expression suggests both. Stella, she says, setting down her cup with careful precision. Can I share something with you? Rodnaya. Dear one. The endearment warms me. Of course. She glances toward the doorway, then back to me. Something I cannot yet tell my children. Something they are not ready to hear. Inot? Switching to Russian, a language we've been practicing together during these evening teas. My grasp is still rough after years of disuse, but the effort pleases her. Da. Yeah. Slushаю. Inod? Yes. I'm listening. She smiles briefly at my attempt before her expression grows serious again. She leans forward slightly, hands clasped in her lap. I met Rodion Tarasov when I was 17. She begins, her voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. He came to our village on business. He was 22. Handsome. Ambitious. Alexe looks almost exactly like he did. The same strong features. The same intensity in his eyes. I can see it in my mind's eye. Young Rodion with Alexei's face. Unmarked by the cruelty that would later define him. He courted me properly. Maria continues. Brought gifts for my parents. Spoke of his plans to move to St. Petersburg. To make something of himself. We married quickly, too quickly. Perhaps, but I was young and in love. She pauses, a shadow crossing her face. Vasya came first, when we were still poor but happy. Rodion worked hard, took any job available. We lived in one room, but it was enough. Then came the twins Alexe and Diana. 3 children in a tiny apartment. Never enough money. Her fingers traced the rim of her teacup. That's when Rodion met the men from the Bratva. They offered opportunity, he said. A chance to provide for his family. She sighs deeply. The combination of money and power changes people. Or perhaps it just shows you who they really are. I remain silent, sensing she needs to tell this story without interruption. She takes a sip of tea, steadying herself. He changed so quickly. The drinking started, then the violence. At first, only toward me a slap when dinner wasn't ready, and a punch when I questioned where he'd been. Then the children, her voice breaks slightly. My beautiful boy Alexe took the worst of it. Always stepping between his father and Diana. Always protecting his sister. I find myself thinking of Alexe, the man who cradles Polina with such tenderness, who moves through the world with calculated control, is of how that control was forged in havoc, how his protective instincts were hammered into shape by his father's fists. I tried to leave once. Maria continues, her voice dropping lower. Packed a small bag for each child. Told them we were visiting my parents, so they would not be afraid. But he caught us at the train station. The beating that followed. She shakes her head, unable to continue that particular thread. She leans closer, her voice low. Then I discovered something worse than his violence. Young girls from our neighborhood began disappearing. Pretty girls, some as young as 13 years old. There were rumors, whispers about where they went. To Western Europe. To wealthy men. I found papers in Rodion's office. Lists of names. Amounts of money. My breath catches as I understand what she's saying. Human trafficking. Maria nods. Her eyes haunted. The worst kind of evil. Young girls lured in with the promise of a better life in places like Europe. The U is for sex. Of course. She looks at me intently. And Diana was approaching that age. My beautiful daughter. In a house with a man who sold girls just like her. I reach for her hand instinctively, feeling the slight tremble beneath my fingers. I confronted him. She continues. threatened to go to the authorities. Told him I had copies of his documents, that I would expose everything if he ever touched Diana or tried to include her in his business. And that's why he sent you to Vostok. I whisper, the pieces falling into place. Duh. One day, as I was running errands, a car stopped beside me. They pulled a bag over my head and knocked me unconscious. I woke up in a strange room. They told me I had a psychotic break, that I was delusional, that my husband was a respected businessman who wanted the best care for his ill wife. I suck in a breath. My God, how was that even possible? Her bitter laugh holds no humor. In Russia, then, with money and connections, it was easy to make someone disappear. And that was the start of the nightmare. Locked in that place. It's wondering if my children were safe. If Diana, she was safe, I assure her quickly. Alexe protected her. He told me how they looked after each other. Maria notes, tears forming in her eyes. Knowing that would have made the years easier. She sighs. After a while, the staff could see that I wasn't truly ill. They let me work in the sewing factory. And then the kitchen. I even became a chef and found comfort in prayer. I am glad that God answered those prayers and guided Alexe well. He's a good man. I say too quickly, surprised by my own statement. She gives a small smile. It's tinged with sorrow. My son became everything his father wasn't. Protective. Loyal. When I saw him at Vostok, standing on the other side of that glass, it was like seeing Rodion again. But with a soul behind his eyes. She looks toward Polina's bassinet. And now he has children of his own. A daughter to protect. A son to guide. The cycle could have repeated so often, it does. But he broke it. I think of Alexe with Bobik. His patience. With Polina. His gentle touch. The fierce protection he extends to all of us. The way he touches me. He's a good father. I acknowledge. I can see that. Maria agrees. Because he knows exactly what a father should not be. She squeezes my hand. And he found you, the woman I prayed he would find. Someone strong enough to stand beside him. To love him despite knowing his darkness. Her words touch something within me. Something deep. Something I can't put into words. The complex reality of being in love with Alexei Tarasov while carrying the knowledge of what he did to my family. Context doesn't excuse what happened to them, but it provides a frame for the painting. A border for understanding what might otherwise be incomprehensible. My children aren't ready for this truth, Maria says softly, about their father's worst crimes, about why I was really taken from them, especially Diana. It would destroy her to know she was the catalyst, that her safety came at such a cost. Your story is safe with me. I promise. Understanding the weight of this confidence. Tears spill down Maria's cheeks now. And mine. Join them. We sit together. Hands intertwined. Two mothers separated by a generation, but united by a shared secret. By love for the same family. I understand something profound as we sit there. Alexe had become a good father precisely because he knew what a terrible one looked like. The man who caused my own father's death was shaped by a monster who trafficked young girls, who beat his children, who imprisoned their mother for trying to protect them. And somehow, that makes me inexplicably sad. As Maria hummed those Russian melodies to a stirring Polina, I saw the chain of motherhood stretching back, the sacrifices made, the secrets kept, the love that somehow survives the darkest circumstances, and I realized that my place in this family is not just as Polina's mother or Alexei's partner if I ever make that choice, but as a keeper of its truths, a guardian of its future. A woman who could help ensure that the darkness of the past never touches the children who represent its hope. And as hard as it may be, it's a role I intend to take seriously.
Chapter 35. Alexe. I stand in the hallway outside my father's room. Hatred burning in my gut. My hands clench and unclench. Knuckles cracking. Teeth grinding. Ja хочу rezervat etogo starogo pridurka nachasti. It's hard to feel sympathy for the man rotting away on the other side of that door. The cancer eating him from inside is just karma finally catching up. For years, I thought about this moment for something, to break him the way he broke. Everything he touched. My father, the great Rodion Tarasov, reduced to a withering husk in a bed borrowed from the son who despises him. I should feel something, relief, perhaps satisfaction. But there's only this cold void where forgiveness or compassion should be. The universe is finally extracting payment for his sins where I couldn't. I called Dr. Malhotra to verify what the old bastard told me, pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. Part of me wanted confirmation that his death would be painful, that he'd suffer like he made others suffer. I don't care that it's fucked up. This whole situation is fucked up. The door opens. Malhotra steps out, medical bag in hand. Face professionally blank as he pulls the door shut. The sharp tang of antiseptic follows him. Mr. Tarasov, he says crisply. I've completed my examination, and my voice stays flat, despite the storm raging inside. I'm afraid your father's self-reported diagnosis is correct. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer with metastasis to the liver and lymph nodes. He adjusts his glasses. He has very little time. 2 weeks. Perhaps 3 at most. Y note. No surprise. The monster of my childhood reduced to a withering corpse in my guest bedroom. Is he in pain, I ask. I'm not sure which answer I want. I'm afraid so. And else, I've prescribed morphine for comfort, though it will make him increasingly incoherent as the dosage increases. Malhotra studies my face. Would you like me to arrange hospice care? No. The word snaps out like a gunshot. I pause. Rein myself in. My staff will handle it. No strangers in the house. Not with my mother here. Finally free from the suffering that fucker inflicted upon her. Not with Bobik hidden upstairs. Vulnerable and unprotected if strangers start wandering through my home. Not with everything balanced on a knife's edge. My business. My family's safety. The delicate web of alliances I've constructed. One wrong move. One misplaced trust. And it all comes crashing down. I've spent too many years building these walls to let them crumble now. Oevo. Malhotra notes. Understanding what I don't say. He's been Bobik's doctor for years. One of the few outsiders who knows about my son. He snaps his bag shut. On a brighter note, he says, his expression shifting abruptly. I have some promising news. The change catches me off guard. About Bobik. A genuine smile breaks across his face. I've been in contact with Vanguard Medical. The latest neurofusion implant trials have been approved for pediatric applications. I straighten, instantly alert. Rage at my father forgotten, replaced by razor-sharp focus. When they can begin evaluation next month. Malhotra's words quicken with excitement. This technology is revolutionary. Alexe. Nothing like our previous attempts. I lean against the wall, forcing my face to stay neutral, despite the sudden jolt in my chest. Govori. Dog. Malhotra sets his bag down again, hands animating as he speaks. Neurofusion uses nanotechnology-based implants to repair damaged nerves in the spinal column. Unlike traditional approaches that try to bypass damaged areas, these implants create new neural pathways and stimulate natural healing. And this works for Bobek's injury. I've heard promises before. Watched my son endure surgeries that did fuck all. I'm not putting him through that again without absolute certainty. I've already sat vigil beside his hospital bed once, and that was once too often. His case is exactly what this technology was designed for. Malhotra's confidence doesn't waver. The damage was traumatic, not degenerative. Clean injury at birth, interrupting otherwise healthy development. I process this, measuring each word against years of disappointments. The previous surgeries were stone tools compared to this. He cuts in. Unusual for him. Those were mechanical physical manipulation. Crude nerve graphs with AI bundled on top. This is different. At the cellular level, he pulls out a tablet, brings up a diagram. The implants are microscopic, inserted through minimal incisions. They integrate with existing neural networks, essentially teaching damaged nerves how to reconnect. Technical terms follow neuroplasticity, bioelectric signaling, but I catch the implications beneath the jargon. So, this isn't just pain management or minor improvements. Osai, voice low. You're talking about actual restoration. Exactly. His eyes shine. Combined with the AI rehabilitation program, we could see significant improvements within months. Significant meaning, I let the question hang, afraid to name what I want most. Malhotra licks his lips as if preparing himself for the statement he's about to make. Meaning Bobek could regain substantial lower body function. Standing. Walking with assistance initially. Then independently. He pauses. Running. Eventually. Playing like any other child. Biod. Like any other child. As Malhotra describes this technology, something dangerous creeps in hope. Hope that my son might know a normal life, after all. That the bright, curious boy trapped in that wheelchair might race through the gardens of Blackwood Manor. That the damage done by one drunk doctor might finally be undone. But it's hope that we've had before. Hope that almost led to his death. I'm not leaping at every new technology that comes our way. I'll discuss it with him. I tell him as I mull this over. Malhotra looks apprehensive. I already did. You what I bark. You discussed this with my boy without consulting me. First I loom over the much smaller man, and he shrinks back, eyes wide with fear. He already knew about it, he says quickly. He raised it himself at our last examination and wanted to know if we were considering it as an option for him. Chert vos me. That boy of mine is too smart by half. Yeah, but Imuta, rubbing my eyes with one hand. Of course. He fucking knew. The doctor nods quickly. Yes. And when he showed such enthusiasm, I promised him that I'd discuss it with you. Pizdets. What the fuck do I say to that? There's no way I would break my boy's heart. Tell me about the risks. I grit out. The technology has advanced considerably. Malhotra assure me. Success rate in adult trials has been remarkable, over 85%, showing significant improvement, with nearly 60% regaining full or near full function. Adult trials, I press. Eyes narrowing. Yes, he replies. Unlike the previous surgery, this procedure has evolved from successful operations. Just with the AI component added, I clear my throat, fighting against an unexpected tightness. So, you're saying this could really work? He could actually walk? Not bullshit this time, yes. The simplicity hits harder than any elaborate explanation. I believe he could. The symmetry isn't lost on me as one Tarasov approaches death. Another might finally begin to live. My father rotting away behind that door, while my son prepares for something that could transform his world. When I demand, voice rough, Ne tormozzi. Alexe, don't rush into this shit again. I'll need to bring the Vanguard team here for initial assessment. Discreetly. Of course. He understands the security concerns without me spelling them out. Then, we'd schedule the procedure at their facility. Specialized equipment we can't bring here. Inod? Already calculating security arrangements. Private transport. Cover stories. Whatever it takes. I thought you'd say that. Malhotra reaches for his bag. I'll make arrangements immediately. For a moment, I forget my rage. All I see is Bobik running for the first time, playing with Diana and Polina in the garden, living the childhood stolen from him by negligence and vodka. Doctor. Isai. Voice, deadly, quiet. This time, no mistakes. Poniatno. You understand me. My tone stays controlled. But something tightens in my chest. Anticipation. Maybe. For Bobik. For a future we've been chasing for years. Malhotra nods quickly, catching the unspoken threat beneath my words. I'll call tomorrow with details. His eyes meet mine with determination. And more than a little fear. Good. He'd be a fucking idiot to risk my boy's life again. As Malhotra walks away, I stand in the hallway, caught between my dying father's room and the future suddenly opening for my son. Endings and beginnings. Death and possibility. The worst of my past and what might come next. Before I can catch myself, I imagine Bobik standing, taking steps, running toward me. The image hits like a fist to the sternum, creates pressure behind my eyes that might, alone, become something else. But quatit enough of that weakness. I've shown too much these past days. Stay in the present. Dol boyo. I turn from my father's door, moving toward the rooms where my son waits with his books and dreams. Towards hope. The darkness of my father's approaching death can wait. This moment belongs to Bobik.
Chapter 36, Stella. It's peaceful out here. The gentle rustling of leaves and distant bird song creates a natural symphony that feels worlds away from the tensions of recent days. Weeks. With all that's been happening, I barely had time to make sense of my own thoughts and emotions. But out here, a calm settles over me. A quiet contentment I hadn't experienced since my parents' death. Maria pushes Bobek's wheelchair with exaggerated care, navigating the specially constructed path that winds through the woods surrounding the estate. I follow a few steps behind. Polina nestled against my chest in her carrier, her weight warm and comforting. And this, my little scientist, Maria says to Bobek, pausing to indicate a cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of an oak tree, is what we called lizichki in Russia, golden chanterelle. Bobek leans forward in his wheelchair, eyes bright with curiosity. Are they edible? Bebusha. They're the best kind. Maria confirms. When I was a girl, my grandmother would take me foraging. We'd make soup that tasted like sunshine. I watched them together. This impromptu botany lesson, another thread in the tapestry of family they're weaving. In just a couple of weeks, Maria has become essential to us all, a grandmother to the children, and a mother figure to me. The irony doesn't escape me. Alexe took one mother from me through his actions, then gave me another through Maria's rescue. And now, he's letting his guard down a little and allowing Bobek these extra moments of freedom in the care of his grandmother. Life at the manor is beginning to feel more and more normal. If normal could even be a thing in the Tarasov Empire. These morning walks have become our ritual. While Alexe handles business matters, we explore the extensive grounds, Maria sharing stories of Russia, Bobek asking endless questions, Polina sleeping or observing her surroundings with those dark, serious eyes. Today we ventured farther than usual, following the wheelchair-accessible path that Alexe had constructed when we convinced him to allow these daily excursions. The forest grows denser here, the light more filtered, the sounds of nature more pronounced. That's when I see her, a figure standing motionless in a small clearing ahead, partially obscured by branches. Something about the solitary silhouette sends a chill through me despite the warm morning air. It's like she's asking for my help, calling me Maria. I say quietly, "Would you mind waiting here with the children for a moment?" She follows my gaze, her expression sharpening with concern. What is it? I'm not sure. Probably nothing. But I carefully transfer Polina to her waiting arms. I won't be long. Maria nods, her eyes communicating understanding beyond her simple response. We'll be right here. I move forward alone, instinct pulling me toward the figure despite the potential danger. As I draw closer, details emerge from the dappled shadows. A woman in an expensive but rumpled dress, her back to me. Dark hair hanging loose and tangled down her back. Something metallic glints in her right hand, catching the sunlight. Recognition hits with a surge of dread. Sophia Novikova. Holy shit. What is she doing here? I step on a twig. The snap unnaturally loud in the sudden silence of the forest. The woman turns, startled, and I see her fully, her once perfect makeup streaked by tears. Eyes red-rimmed and wild. The metallic object is unmistakably a handgun. Wavering between pointing at herself and at me, I freeze. Sophia, I say softly, raising my hands in a non-threatening gesture. What are you doing out here? A bitter scoff escapes her. What do you care? Come to gloat. The victorious rival checking on the defeated one, I remain still, maintaining the distance between us. Her unpredictable movements and the gun's erratic trajectory keep me rooted in place. I'm not your rival. Sophia, I never wanted to be. I used to love it here, she says, gaze drifting around the clearing as if I hadn't spoken. When I was engaged to Alexe, I'd walk here alone. It was the only place I felt peaceful. The wistfulness in her voice contrasts sharply with the weapon in her hand. I take a careful step forward. Why don't we walk back together? We can talk. Stop. The gun steadies, pointing more deliberately at her own temple. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to end it. My breath catches and I force myself to inhale carefully. Is she being serious, Sophia? Please. Sigh, keeping my voice even despite my surging adrenaline levels. The alarm bells in my head are going off, screaming danger from every possible direction. Whatever she wants to do with that gun, I don't see how it could end well. Whatever you're going through right now, it can get better. There are people who can help. Another hollow laugh. I have nothing left. My father is dead. Gone forever. The only person who ever cared about me. This admission sends a surge of guilt through me. I may not have deliberately ended her relationship with Alexe, but I can't help feeling responsible. And now, to know that she's lost her father. Too, my heart goes out to her. I know what loss feels like. I say carefully, I lost both my parents. 2, one more step and I'll pull the trigger. She warns as I attempt to move closer. I mean it, Stella. I didn't come here for rescue. From the path behind me. Polina lets out a sudden cry, a sharp, piercing sound that echoes through the trees. Something about the baby's wail triggers something deep in my mind. A cascade of images flooding through me with stunning clarity. A baby crying. Not Polina, another infant, wrapped in a blanket. My parents forced to make an impossible choice. The weight of poverty crushing them. A decision made in desperation. Not in cruelty. The baby, my sister being handed to a couple as my mother wept. Her name had been Boyana. Years later, Uncle Igor, drunk at Christmas, letting the secret slip. Your sister was given to another family. My parents' horrified expressions. The hasty exit. The family secret never mentioned again. The memory of my uncle's revelation floods back in seconds, though they feel like a lifetime. Boyana, the imaginary friend I spoke to throughout my childhood, wasn't imaginary at all. She was real, and she's standing before me now. A gun to her head. Sophia is my sister. Sophia. Please. Isai. My voice breaking. Don't do this. Your father may be gone, but you're not alone. You have family. She shakes her head, tears streaming down her face. I have no one. That's why I'm here. You have me. I whisper, I need my sister. Handfaltas. The gun lowering slightly. What did you say, Boyana? I continue. The name, feeling both foreign and familiar on my tongue. That's what our parents named you before they gave you up for adoption. That's why I've talked to Boyana in my head my whole life. I was talking to you. My sister. Even when I didn't know you were real. Sophia stares at me. Suspicion, warring with something in her expression that looks like hope. I've heard that crap before. Trying to create a connection to talk someone down. It's not a tactic. I insist, taking another careful step forward. Don't you recall what I told you that day in that warehouse? I pause as her expression flickers. I think I struck a nerve. I'm pretty sure it was Sophia who dealt the blow that knocked me unconscious and took my memory from me. You would have said anything that day. She mutters. You were trying to save your own ass. I shake my head. No. Sophia, if you and Gianni hadn't abducted me, I would have found you, spoken to you about what I had learned. We share the same parents. The Novikovs adopted you when our biological parents couldn't afford to keep you. They were struggling to feed themselves, let alone a child. Something shifts in her eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or at least doubt about her certainty. How would you know this? My uncle Igor told me years ago, but my parents brushed it off. I never forgot it. Though, I kept you here. I tapped my head. In my thoughts. I believed you were imaginary until my friend found out the truth. I think back to my call with Hannah, when she told me about my shared history with Sophia, and how Alexe was involved in my parents' deaths. I push that thought away now and go on. My friend Hannah, she works in Secret Service. She has connections. I asked her to find out more about my past, and she uncovered that we are sisters. Sophia, you're my sister and you have a family. I gesture behind me, where Maria waits with the children. Family is complicated. Sophia, I understand that better than most, but it's also precious. Please, don't throw away the chance for us to know each other. Her gaze moves past me to where Maria stands with Bobik and Polina, a grandmother. A disabled boy. A baby. A family. Something naked and yearning crosses her face. You're not alone. I repeat softly. You have me. You have family. The gun lowers further, her arm seeming to lose strength. For a moment, I believe I've reached her, that this might end without tragedy. Oh, thank God I allow myself to breathe a low sigh of relief, until her expression hardens. A terrible resolve replacing the momentary vulnerability. This, she says, gesturing toward Maria and the children, is something I'll never have. And neither will you. The gun rises again, not toward her head this time, but outward. Toward me, toward the children I can't tell. And I don't wait to find out. I lunge forward, reaching for her arm, desperate to prevent whatever violence she's contemplating. The gunshot explodes through the peaceful forest, shattering the morning stillness. Polina's frightened wail rises in response. Birds scatter from the trees in panicked flight. We fall together, Sophia and I, to the soft forest floor, tangled in a desperate embrace that's either salvation or destruction. I can't tell which of us is bleeding, or if either of us is. All I know is that in this moment, I've found my sister only to risk losing her again. This time, perhaps forever.
Chapter 37. Alexe. The sick room reeks of antiseptic and decay. Sweat. Urine. The unmistakable odor of a body eating itself from the inside out. Too fucking hot in here, sweat prickles along my spine, yet my hands are ice cold. Medical equipment surrounds the bed where my father lies. His once powerful frame now, so shrunken, the sheets barely rise from the mattress. The wet, gurgling rattle of his breathing fills the silence, that distinctive sound that marks death's approach as clearly as a sniper's laser sight. The death rattle, the body's final, futile struggle. My father is dying. Nakoniec. Biod. About fucking time. Diana stands beside me, her fingers crushing mine. We haven't spoken since the nurse left 20 minutes ago with her quiet. It won't be long now. What is there to say? This ending that once seemed impossible is now inevitable, playing out on stained sheets before us. The skeleton dying before me bears no resemblance to the monster who haunted my childhood. Yet they are one and the same. Those hands now motionless atop the blanket, once formed fists that broke my ribs, split my lip, left bruises that took weeks, sometimes months to fade. That throat struggling for breath once roared threats that sent us scrambling for hiding places throughout our cramped St. Petersburg apartment. He deserves this. This week. Pathetic death, with its stench of disinfectant and vomit. No final fanfare for Airo. Just a sad old man, gasping his last breaths, with no one to love him. Hurry up and die. Pizda. I've got better things to do than watch you wheeze. I search my heart for what I should feel. Satisfaction. Vindication. The culmination of decades wishing to see him suffer as we suffered. Instead, I find a tangle of emotions, hatred for what he did. Yes, but also an unexpected hollowness. A void where closure should be. His eyelids flutter, then open with visible effort. His gaze drifts around the room before settling on us at the foot of his bed. His eyes are cloudy with morphine, but he's still recognizably a Tarasov. Alexe, Diana, his voice is sandpaper on rust. Nothing like the booming roar that used to make my bladder clench in terror. My children, beside me. Diana flinches as if slapped. I tighten my grip on her hand. A silent promise of protection that comes decades too late. The gold of her bracelet bites into my palm. Father, I acknowledge. The word unnatural in my mouth, after so many years of refusing to speak it. Silence stretches between us, heavy with echoes of pain, abuse, abandonnement. The rhythmic beep of the heart monitor pulses in my temples, counting down the seconds of his miserable life. I know. It begins, each word clearly costing him, that I deserve no forgiveness. That what I did to you both, to your mother, he pauses, overcome by a violent coughing fit that racks his emaciated body. Let him choke. Let him suffer. Yet, in spite of my thoughts, I find myself moving to the bedside table, pouring water from the pitcher into a glass. The ice cubes clink against the sides. Obscenely cheerful in this room of death. I hold it to his lips, supporting his head with my other hand. His scalp is hot and damp against my palm, his hair thin and brittle. As he drinks, memory floods back my father's hand around my throat, lifting me against the wall until my feet dangled. I was 12. My crime had been dropping a glass of his vodka. The same hands that now tremble weakly against the sheets once held the power of life and death over me. So easy to end this now. Squeeze that throat. Press a pillow over his face. Finish what cancer started. The thought comes and goes. I am not him. I will never be him. Slabak. Weakling. Finish what you started when you exiled him. I return to Diana's side, resuming my stance as I take her hand. Her perfume jasmine and something citrusy cuts through the sickness in the air. I was a monster. He continues, once the coughing subsides. His lips are cracked, flecks of blood at the corners. To you especially, Alexe, and to you, Diana, for forcing you to watch, for making you try to protect him, when it should have been me protecting you both. Diana remains silent, but I feel her trembling beside me. Her grip on my fingers is painful now, but I welcome the discomfort. It anchors me to the present. to the man I've become, rather than the terrified boy I was. I think of my own children, of Bobek's gentle intelligence, his eyes lighting up when I bring him new books, of baby Polina's trusting gaze, her tiny fist wrapped around my finger, of how I would tear apart anyone who caused them pain, of how becoming a father has reshaped my understanding of what it means to protect, to guide. I think of Stella, the scent of her hair on my pillow, the way she challenges me, the future I want to build with her, how I plan to earn her love. Eto pizdziec. This is fucked up. In this moment, I understand something. I've been fighting for weeks, holding on to hatred for this dying man poisons only me. It changes nothing about the past, but threatens everything about my future. To break the cycle requires more strength than continuing it. A truth I want my children to learn from me. Not about me. Slabak. Weakling. He deserves your hatred. And as I think of all these things, something dawns on me. A realization of what I have to do. Something that may be the toughest challenge I've ever faced. Father, Isai, the word coming easier this time. I forgive you. Diana's sharp intake of breath beside me cuts through the mechanical beeping. My father's eyes widen slightly. Disbelief, evident even through the haze of morphine. Not because you deserve it. I continue. My voice steady, despite the acid burning in my throat. And not because it erases what you did. I forgive you for my own peace. So I can be the father to my children that you never were to us. Something shifts in his expression relief. Perhaps. Or simple recognition of the truth in my words. He nods once. The slight movement, seemingly taking all his remaining strength. The skin of his face hangs loose on the bones, yellow and waxy in the harsh light. I can't. Diana's voice is low. Her words directed more to me than to our father. I'm sorry. I just can't. Tears stream silently down her face as she shakes her head. I saw what he did to you. Lyosha. I heard your screams when I couldn't stop him. I can't forgive that. I can't. I release her hand, only to wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her against me. Her familiar scent momentarily transports me back to our childhood, when we'd huddle after one of Father's rages. Even then, she was the one who bore the emotional scars, while I carried the physical ones. It's all right. Sestra, you don't have to. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Diana has always been my mirror, reflecting the pain I refuse to acknowledge. Your truth is your own. I'm not asking you to share mine. Liar, you want her to join you in this weakness. To make it easier. She turns her face into my chest, her body shaking with silent sobs. I hold her as she once held me, clinging together in the dark, whispering promises that someday things would be different. From the bed, our father watches this exchange, his breathing becoming more labored. Ich inhala vet, sucking sound. Each exhala a wheeze. Diana, he says, his voice surprisingly tender. My sweet girl, I'm sorry I was not the father you deserved. She doesn't respond, but her sobbing quiets slightly. I keep my arm around her, protective, even now when the threat can no longer harm us. The doctors, Father continues. each word now separated by gasping breaths. Say it won't be long. I wanted to see my children one last time. The monitors beside his bed show his declining vitals, heart rate slowing, oxygen levels dropping. The green line jumps less frequently, the numbers falling. The nurse was right. It won't be long now. Tell your mother. He whispers, I'm sorry. For everything. His eyes close. The effort of speaking now, leaving him completely sapped. Diana and I stand in silence, watching the rise and fall of his chest become shallower, less regular. The monitors beep more slowly. The space between breaths grows longer. Then, nothing. The final exhale comes without drama, just a soft release of air, followed by stillness. The monitors flatline, their alarm silenced in advance by the nurse who knew this moment was coming. Rodion Tarasov is dead. Vesyo. It's done. The smell in the room changes subtly. Something releases bowels. Gases. The last grip of life. The hairs on my arms rise. Diana's tears have stopped, replaced by a hollow-eyed shock that I recognize all too well. I keep my arm around her, anchoring us both in this strange new reality where our abuser no longer exists. It's over, I say quietly, the words inadequate for the complexity of this moment. She nods, her gaze still fixed on our father's body. Is it wrong that I feel nothing? No. I squeeze her shoulder gently. There's no right way to feel about this. Liar, you should feel triumph, victory. Instead, you feel what empty fucking pathetic. We stand together for several more minutes, bearing witness to this ending that feels less like closure than a door opening to something unknown. The monster of our childhood is gone, leaving behind only a frail old man who died, seeking forgiveness he didn't deserve. Yet in offering that forgiveness, I've freed something within myself, not for him, but for the children who will never know him. For Bobik, who will someday walk because of medical advances his grandfather would never see. For Polina, who will grow up without the shadow of violence that shaped her father's childhood. For myself, finally stepping out of the darkness my father created into the light my children deserve. Ne budmeth slabim. Don't be weak. This changes nothing. But it does. As I face my sister, I feel the weight shift. Not gone, never gone, but different. Manageable. Mine to carry or set down as I choose. The monster is dead, and I am still here. Chapter 38, Alexe. The room feels hollow, like a chest cavity with the heart torn out. Nothing has changed, except the absence of breath from the figure on the bed. My father's body remains, an empty vessel that once housed the beast of my childhood. Now it's just meat, beginning its return to dust. Konets. The end. Death has a finality. No other human experience matches. The absolute ending of possibility. The complete closing of doors. Whatever my father might have become, whatever reconciliation might have grown from the seed of forgiveness planted moments ago, those possibilities died with his final breath. I feel nothing. Detached. Watching myself from a distance. This numbness is an old friend, the same emotional shutdown that protected me during childhood beatings, during Bratva executions, during moments when feeling would get me killed. The smell of death thickens in the room bodily fluids, the last warmth leaving flesh. Something indefinable that animals recognize instinctively. My mouth tastes metallic. Diana weeps beside me, face buried in hands that tremble. Unlike me, she allows herself to feel this moment's complexity. I place a hand on her shoulder, feeling the fine silk of her blouse, the heat of her skin beneath, offering what comfort I can, while my mind shifts to practical concerns. Come, sestrenka. Isai. Voice low. I'll handle the details. You need rest. She nods without looking up, allowing me to guide her toward the door. At the threshold, I glance back once at the corpse. That was my father. In death, his face appears peaceful, an expression I never saw during his life. The door closes with a soft click that feels more significant than it should. Что за хуйня? What the fuck is wrong with me? My father's death feels distant, like news about a stranger. Yet thoughts of my living family immediately flood in Stella. Polina. Bobik. My mother. They are what matters now. They are my present and future, while Rodion Tarasov belongs firmly to the past. I should tell my mother. The thought surfaces briefly before I push it aside. That conversation can wait until tomorrow. She deserves one more night of peace before confronting whatever emotions father's death will trigger. Instead, I find myself drawn toward the left wing, where Stella and Polina should be. After the heaviness of the deathbed vigil, I need to see my daughter's innocent face, to feel Stella's steady presence, grounding me in what truly matters. But her room is empty. The bed neatly made, sheets pulled tight with hospital corners. No sign of recent occupation. A quick check of the nursery reveals the same Polina's crib untouched since morning. Her toys arranged in perfect order. A tendril of unease curls through my detachment. The back of my neck prickles. I pull out my phone, checking the updated tracking app I installed after Stella's abduction. Each family member carries a device, Stella's phone, Polina's monitoring bracelet, the GPS unit on Bobik's wheelchair. All three signals pulse from the same location, the far northeastern corner of the estate, deep in the forest. Stranno. The app shows they've been motionless for several minutes. Why would they be standing for so long in such a dense part of the forest? A sense of dread unfurls in my gut, cold and heavy as lead. Probably just displaced emotion from watching my father die. But I can't shake it. Naiti ich fintem. I don't bother changing out of the suit I wore for my father's final moments. The fabric feels suddenly restrictive across my shoulders. The tie a noose around my neck. I loosen it with one finger as I head directly to the garage, selecting the motorcycle for its ability to navigate the narrow forest paths. Within minutes, I'm accelerating past the manicured gardens into the wilder terrain beyond. The forest grows thicker as I follow the path. Branches, creating a canopy that filters the late afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns across the ground. The motorcycle's engine roars unnaturally loud in the quiet. The disturbing birds that scatter from nearby trees with angry calls. According to the tracking app, my family is less than half a kilometer ahead, In a small clearing I vaguely remember from property surveys. Chooni Tamdelayut. What the fuck are they doing out there? Stella takes walks with the children and my mother almost every morning, but never this deep into the woods. The unease that began as a tendril now grows into something more substantial, a creeping dread that accelerates my pulse, sends adrenaline coursing through my veins. The gunshot shatters the forest silence like thunder on a clear afternoon. My body reacts before my mind processes, hands tightening on the throttle. Motorcycle lurching forward with increased speed. In that moment, my numbness vanishes, replaced by a single thought. My family is in danger. Biod. 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 I navigate the winding path, recklessly. Branches whipping past my face, leaving stinging welts. Tires skidding on patches of loose earth. The tracking app shows I'm nearly upon them. Just around the next bend. My hand instinctively reaches inside my jacket, confirming the presence of my sidearm, the metal cool and reassuring against my palm. The clearing appears suddenly a small, sunlit space surrounded by ancient oaks. I brake hard, the motorcycle sliding sideways, dirt spraying as I take in the scene before me, with the rapid assessment born from years of walking into potentially hostile situations. My mother stands at the edge of the clearing, Polina clutched protectively against her chest. The baby's face is red from crying, though I can't hear her over the adrenaline buzz in my ears. Bobik sits in his wheelchair beside them, eyes wide with shock or fear, knuckles white where he grips the armrests. All three appear physically unharmed, which allows my focus to shift to the clearing's center. There, on the ground, lie two women locked in what appears to be either an embrace or a struggle. Stella and Sophia Novikova. Chto Zachernia. Sophia's body convulses with what looks like uncontrollable tremors, while Stella holds her firmly, one hand pressing down on her shoulder, the other gripping her wrist. There's blood on their clothes. What the fuck is going on, I demand, killing the motorcycle's engine and striding toward them like a madman. Grass and leaves crunch under my shoes. The sound abnormally loud in the clearing's tension. No one answers immediately. My mother makes a small gesture that seems to urge caution, her eyes wide with something that might be fear. Bobik remains frozen in his chair. Stella doesn't look up from Sophia, whose shaking has intensified, teeth chattering audibly now. Eto pizdец. Seeing Sophia with Stella makes no sense. These women hate each other. Yet there they are, locked together on the forest floor like survivors of some shared catastrophe. Sophia, daughter of the man I recently killed. Sophia, who threatened my family. Sophia, who once believed she would be my wife. My hand is grasping the grip of my Glock without thinking. But I don't draw the weapon. Not with Bobik and Mama standing just a few feet away. Stella. Isai. My voice dropping to a dangerous register as I move closer. Speak to me. She finally looks up, her face streaked with what might be tears or sweat or both. Her eyes are wide, her hair a wild tangle around her cheeks. Blood smears her jawline. The sight sends a jolt through me, a memory of her previous abduction. of seeing her in that hospital bed after her last run-in with this fucking bitch. I realize that my hand has tightened around my weapon, almost clearing it free of the shoulder holster. If she's hurt her again. But right now, Stella seems to be dominating Sophia, holding her steady, rather than trying to defend herself. I force myself to remain calm, to assess things. "Alexe," she says quietly, her voice steady, despite the insanity of the situation. "I'll explain everything later. Right now, we need to get her help." I stare at the picture before me, my woman holding the daughter of my enemy. Not with force, but with care. A discarded weapon lies several feet away in the grass. The smell of gunpowder still hanging in the air. Sophia's breathing comes in shallow gasps. Her designer outfit now ruined with dirt and blood. Her perfectly styled hair in disarray. "Chert Vosmi, I do the only thing I can do right now. I step in, and I help." Chapter 39. Alexe, I find Stella in the kitchen, sitting alone at the island counter. Steam rises from the teacup clasped between her hands, dissolving in the warm light. Outside, rain lashes against darkened windows, the steady drumming amplifying the silence inside. The normalcy of the scene, woman with tea. Evening rain is a fucking joke after the insanity we've just lived through. Sophia is stabilized in the left-wing guest suite. Malhotra's team has treated a minor head wound where the bullet grazed her, pumped her full of sedatives, and promised to return in the morning. For now, at least, no one is actively dying. My fucking father got that out of the way hours ago. Stella doesn't look up when I enter, though her shoulders tense slightly. The kitchen smells of chamomile and honey. With lingering traces of the dinner no one finished Polina's bottle drying on the rack. A half-eaten sandwich Bobek abandoned when Maria took him to bed. A picture of domesticity that I can hardly believe has become my world. The doctor says she'll recover. Isai. Breaking the silence. My voice sounds rough. Strained. Physically. At least. Stella notes. Still staring into her tea. "Thank you for bringing her here instead of the hospital." I move to the opposite side of the island. Palms pressed against the cool marble. The distance between us feels calculated as space filled with unspoken questions and implications neither of us has fully processed. "Stella," I say finally, cutting to the chase. "What did you mean in the forest about needing to explain things?" She looks up then, her gaze steady and clear despite the red rims of her eyes. Whatever emotional storm raged earlier has settled into something harder, more certain. "Alexe, Sophia is my sister, my biological sister." The word sister hangs in the air like gunpowder. Sophia, the woman who threatened my family, who tried to put a bullet in her own brain, is Stella's blood. I stand frozen. Mind scrambling to reconcile this information with everything I thought I knew. "Chose Aquina. That's impossible," I say finally, though the conviction in her eyes suggests otherwise. "It's not." She takes a sip of tea, the spoon clinking against ceramic as she sets it down. "My parents gave up their firstborn child, sold her, essentially to the Novikov family. They were struggling financially, could barely feed themselves, let alone a baby. So, They made an impossible choice. They gave her up, hoping she'd have a chance for a better life. Adoption. I repeat, shaking my head as I try to absorb this clusterfuck of information. Sophia is my big sister, originally named Bojana. She says this with a hint of wonder, as if still processing it herself. I grip the counter harder, knuckles whitening as I anchor myself against the vertigo of this revelation. And you've known this. How long I learned about it before the confrontation with Gianni. She admits. Then I forgot during my memory loss. Aside from some flashes. But seeing Sophia in the forest, hearing Polina cry, it triggered everything. All the memories came flooding back at once. Sophia. Your sister. Biad. I run a hand through my hair, unable to formulate a more coherent response. The kitchen suddenly feels too small, too warm. I know, it's difficult to believe. Her voice remains steady, matter of fact. I've had a bit longer with the information, though not much. How can you be certain? The question comes from the pragmatic part of my brain still functioning. First, my uncle Igor mentioned it when I was still a child. It was Christmas, and he was drunk. He let it slip how Bojana, my parents' firstborn, was given up for adoption. My parents were horrified. Got him out of there. Never spoke of it again. She sets down her cup with a definitive click. And since then, I've been talking to Bojana my whole life, my imaginary friend who wasn't imaginary after all. Your imaginary friend, I frown. Maybe she hasn't fully recovered from that concussion. Stella looks slightly embarrassed. A flush creeping up her neck. Since childhood, I've had conversations in my head with someone I called Bojana. I thought I'd made her up. Turns out, I was connecting with a sister I didn't consciously remember. And you've confirmed this. Beyond recovered memories and drunken uncle stories, my tone sharpens with skepticism. Stella nods. Hannah, my friend's been helping me. Discreetly. She says. Birth records. Adoption papers. It's all there. Sophia Novikova was born Bojana Larkina, and later adopted and brought to the U. Yes. Hannah, I frown at her. The name unfamiliar. Stella shifts uncomfortably, fingers tightening around her cup. She was my roommate. And my best friend. She, works in the Secret Service. My mouth drops open. I snap it shut. She, what I know. She pulls a face. Nose scrunching. It probably sounds crazy. Crazy wouldn't cover half of it. Stella. I wave an arm, gesturing around the room. You brought a Secret Service agent into this my world Pizdits well. I didn't actually bring her here, she says quickly. She did it as a favor, to help me figure out what I'd gotten myself into. She was also the one who told me about you. And what happened to my dad. I stay silent, jaw clenched so tight my teeth might crack. This fucking Hannah woman would be looking at a shallow grave if she wasn't Stella's best friend. Uspokojся. Calm down. Mudak. Anyway, that's not the point. What matters right now is that Sophia is okay. Her jaw sets. A stubbornness I've come to recognize. And I plan to keep her that way, with or without your help. Fuck. The irony doesn't escape me. I killed Sophia's adoptive father. And now Stella wants me to welcome her into our home. The woman who once believed she would be my wife is actually Stella's sister. The universe, it seems, has a particularly fucked up sense of humor. Yebat меня. Imota, pushing away from the counter to pace the kitchen. The floor is cold against my bare feet, grounding me slightly. This is, I know, Stella says quietly. It's a lot. That might be the understatement of the fucking century. My mind races through implications, connections, complication. Sophia raised in luxury by Sergei Novikov, a man I recently put in the ground. Sophia once engaged to me in an arrangement I broke when I chose Stella instead. Sophia, who threatened my family out of jealousy, that now takes on entirely new dimensions. Family in our world is both weapon and shield. Adding Sophia to ours could strengthen us or tear us apart completely. There's something else. Stella says after giving me a moment to process. I'd like her to stay with us. When she recovers, I stop pacing, turning to face her directly. Stay with us. The words are colored with disbelief. Yobiad ne верю. Кто это происходит? I can't fucking believe this is happening. Yes. She gnaws on her bottom lip anxiously, but her gaze is steady. She needs help. Alexe. Professional help. Certainly. But also family. She's lost everything. Her father. Her identity. Her purpose. She tried to kill herself today. This complicates things. Isai. The words pathetically inadequate for the mindfuck of implications. I know. She hates me. She hates us. I gesture sharply between Stella and myself. She believes you stole me from her. And now she learns you actually are her family, her sister, in her blood, but that I'm still in the picture. Yes, Stella doesn't deny the complexity. It's messy. Probably the messiest thing we've faced yet. The maturity in her response surprises me. No argument. No emotional plea. Just acknowledgement of reality coupled with determination. It's a far cry from our earlier conflicts. A sign of how our relationship has evolved, despite recent strains. Relationship, if only there was one. Instead of this freakish no man's land we've settled on. Why, I ask finally, the question bursting from me. Why invite this bullshit into our lives when we're already dealing with so much? Stella stares down at her cup, considering her answer. I can see her throat work as she swallows. To make things right, she says finally. To help her. To be a unit. A family. The simplicity of her answer catches me off guard. After everything, after learning, I'm responsible for her parents' deaths. After the trauma of Johnny's abduction. After the upheaval of my mother's return and father's death. Stella still believes in the possibility of making things right. Of healing what's broken. Naivnaya. Naive. But fuck. If it isn't one of the things I love about her, it won't be easy. Usai. Softening slightly. Sophia is volatile. Unstable. And she has legitimate reasons to hate me. I know that, too. Stella meets my gaze directly. But I also know what it's like to lose everything. To feel completely alone. She's my sister. Alexe. I talked to her in my head for 27 years without knowing she was real. I can't abandon her. I move closer, leaning against the counter beside her rather than across from her. The subtle shift feels significant, no longer opponents, but partners facing a problem together. I catch her scent chamomile. Honey. The lingering traces of forest, soil, and blood. We'll need security protocols. Isai. Already thinking practically. Psychiatrique évaluation. Clear boundaries. A small smile touches Stella's lips. So that's a yes, it's a we'll try. I clarify. One step at a time. First, recovery. Then, psychiatric assessment. Then we'll see about longer-term arrangements. She nods, accepting these terms. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I warn. This could end badly in a dozen different ways. She could try to kill you again. On me. Or herself. Or all of us. Or it could be the beginning of something healing. She counters. For all of us. The optimism in her voice should sound childlike, given our reality. But somehow it doesn't. Perhaps because I've seen Stella's strength. Her ability to forge connections in unlikely places. With Bobek. With my mother. Even with Diana. Perhaps because I've witnessed how family, real family, not just blood, can transform even the darkest circumstances. Ona ne ponime yet. Vohto mi vyazivaemsia. She doesn't understand what we're getting into. One day at a time. I repeat, reaching for her hand. She takes it. Our fingers intertwining. Her skin is warm from the teacup, slightly damp, familiar in a way that I'm growing to love. Just like the rest of her. Outside, the rain hammers harder, washing away the last traces of my father's death day, of Sophia's suicide attempt, of old identities and assumptions. Inside, in this kitchen, something new begins to take shape, a possibility I couldn't have imagined this morning. Family has always been my weakness and my strength. Now, it seems, it's also becoming my redemption. Bos hemoi. God help us all.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Match point. Montaperto contro Casapieri. Montaperto. Prova suolata! Che gol! Di Montaperto con il destro all'ultimo. Golasso. Bravissimo. Bravissimo perché era praticamente finita. Match point Big Bro. Merlonghi contro Guto! Ci caverna! Esulta anche Murray! Vincono agli shootout i suoi big dell'altra capolista cadono gli Stallions. Abbiamo assistito a una giornata fantastica che può riscrivere la storia di questo campionato. Bellissimo. Una Pasquetta che è stata una benedizione per tutti noi.
Chapter 40 Stella. I balance the tray carefully as I knock on Sophia's door. The herbal tea sends tendrils of chamomile and lavender into the air. Mingling with the aroma of fresh bread and honey, comfort food from Maria's recipe collection. After a moment's pause, a faint come-in reaches me through the heavy wood. Sophia sits propped against pillows in the guest bed, her forehead bandaged, wearing a borrowed silk robe. The private doctor assured us the wound wasn't life-threatening, the bullet had grazed rather than penetrated, but the physical injury seems almost incidental compared to the psychological one that drove her to that forest clearing. Good morning, Isai, setting the tray on the bedside table. I thought you might be hungry. She eyes the food warily, as if suspecting poison, and irony not lost on me. Given her previous attempt to drug my meals through Imelda, the thought comes without bitterness. Understanding someone's actions doesn't require condoning them. Thank you, she says finally, her voice raspy from yesterday's tears. You didn't have to. I wanted to. I pour tea into a delicate cup, adding a spoonful of honey. Would you like to talk? Sister, the word hangs between us unfamiliar. Powerful, loaded with a lifetime of implications. Sophia's lips curve in the faintest smile. Not used to being called sister, she admits, accepting the tea. It feels strange. For me, too. I sit in the chair beside her bed, giving her space while remaining close. But I've been talking to you my whole life. In a way, us boyena. She sips the tea, watching me over the rim of her cup. The wariness remains, but something else flickers in her eyes. Curiosity. Perhaps. Or hope. The doctor says you can get up if you feel strong enough. I continue. I thought maybe a walk in the gardens would be nice. Some fresh air. She considers this, then nods. I'd like that. 20 minutes later, we stroll side by side along a gravel path winding through Blackwood Manor's meticulously maintained gardens. Sophia moves slowly, still weak from the medication and emotional exhaustion. But her steps grow steadier as we progress. The morning sun bathes everything in a gentle light, highlighting a day that's crisp and clean after last night's downpour. We find a secluded bench beneath a flowering cherry tree, positioned to catch the sun while offering privacy from the main house. In the distance, Obik sits in his wheelchair on the main lawn, Maria beside him pointing out something in a book. There is a lot to talk about. Sophia finally breaks the silence. She shoots a sidelong glance at me before looking away. Yes, Isai, but only if it will make you feel better. I think it would, but I don't know where to begin. Sophia says. Her hands twist together in her lap. An uncharacteristic display of nervousness from a woman I've only known as calculated and composed. We have time, I answer. She takes a deep breath. I suppose I should explain about Alexe. About why I was engaged to him. Not, giving her space to continue. It was an arranged match, she says, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Bratva business. My father wanted to merge operations with the Tarasov organization. I was just a pawn in his game. You didn't love Alexe. I observe. A bitter laugh escapes her. Love has nothing to do with Bratva marriages. As a woman born into that world, you're meaningless, unless you're someone's wife. Preferably someone powerful. Looking at Sophia Boyana, I see fragments of my own face, my own pain, reflected back at me. The same shaped eyes, though hers hold a hardness mine lack. The same cheekbones, the same curve of jaw. We are so similar, yet distorted by vastly different lives. I accepted it. She continues. It was my duty to father. Then I met Gianni at a business function. The name sends a chill through me. Gianni Maranzano. Yes. She glances at me. Your ex-fiancé. I didn't know that at first. He was charming. Attentive, everything. Alexe wasn't. He made me feel special. I think of Gianni's manipulative charm. at his ability to make anyone feel like the center of his universe while pursuing his own agenda. I understand that all too well. What I didn't know was that Gianni had his own vendetta against Alexe, a business rivalry involving weapons deals. When he discovered I was engaged to Alexe, he saw an opportunity. Her voice hardens. And I was foolish enough to become his willing accomplice. What happened, I ask, though I suspect I already know parts of the answer. Alexe left me at the altar, publicly humiliated me. You probably know that much. The pain in her voice sounds fresh despite the months that have passed. My father was furious, not because he cared about me, but because the alliance was ruined. I became worthless to him overnight. I think about how desperate my parents must have been to sell their first baby. The weight of being unwanted seems to have followed Sophia from birth, shaping her into someone defined by rejection. Gianni offered a partnership. She continues, revenge against Alexe, destroying his personal life, acquiring his business contracts. We discovered your brother was in financial trouble. Used that as leverage. The mention of Nick makes me tense, slightly. Nick was just a pawn. 2. Yes. We needed someone inside Alexe's organization. Someone who could be pressured. She looks down at her hands. Gianni was already planning to sabotage Alexe's weapons business by undercutting his prices through Pakistani suppliers. He needed client lists, delivery schedules. The scope of their plot startles me. I'd known pieces Nick's debt, Gianni's involvement, but not the full extent of the conspiracy. My father financed the operation. Sophia adds, he wanted Alexe ruined as much as I did. Gianni was brilliant enough to transfer the client list to offshore servers before his death. The operation came to an end when my father died. And the kidnapping, I ask, referring to when Gianni and her abducted me. Was that part of the plan? M2, Sophia has the grace to look ashamed. You were supposed to be bait to draw out Alexe. Gianni wanted him to suffer by threatening you, making him see how easily you could be reached. She pauses. I never expected him to pull that stunt he did. When he threatened to rape me, I finish. The word tasting like bile. She looks down at her hands. Yes. I'm sorry, she whispers. I pinch my lips together, pushing back the memory of those horrible moments. Sophia had fought with him over it. Though, did you hit me? I ask impulsively. When everything went down in the warehouse, something knocked me unconscious. Was it you? Now isn't really the time to ask. But I can't help myself. I need to know. No. She shakes her head. It wasn't me. Are you sure? I press, half afraid of the answer. I think you know me well enough to know I wouldn't lie about that, she says. Some of the old brickwork came loose during the gunfight. A chunk of it came down and cracked you on the head. She's still looking at her hands. I thought it had crushed your skull. To be honest, there was so much blood. I know I should have done something, but all I could think about was getting the hell out of there. It's okay. I try to reassure her. Sasha was there. He got me to the hospital. And here I am now, good as new. I put my hand on her arm and squeeze. I don't want to put any more emotional pressure on her than she's already feeling. Yeah, good, she says grimly. Just as you always were. Growing up with my mother and father, they sold me. Her voice turns bitter. A transaction. That's all I ever was. That's not true. I sigh. Though I understand why she feels that way. Our parents were facing impossible choices. Perhaps. She looks away. But the result was the same. I grew up in a mansion with everything money could buy, and nothing that mattered. No siblings. No friends. Father didn't allow them. Not even a pet. As she speaks of her isolation, I understand how a lifetime of rejection can twist a person into someone unrecognizable. The protective shell around her heart must be inches thick after so many betrayals. Oh, Sophia, I murmur, rubbing her arm softly. If I could go back and change everything, I swear to you, I would. Yeah, she says brokenly. I know you would. She pulls in a shuddering breath. God, I've made so many mistakes. Her shoulders slump, her chin dropping. The lonely child Sophia describes stands in stark contrast to the calculating woman who tried to destroy my family. Yet they are one and the same. But we're going to put that behind us now. I tighten my grip on her arm and look into her eyes. Do you hear me? She nods silently, looking so young and fragile that my heart clenches. I lean in and put my arms around her, careful not to bump her head. Okay. Her voice is small, but her lips have curved slightly, a hint of sunshine gleaming through the rain clouds. We sit there like that for a minute or two, arms around each other, just getting used to each other's presence. It's so strange to think of being able to physically touch the sister I've spent so many years talking to. Eventually, we straighten, but I keep my hand on her arm, reluctant to lose the connection. There's something else you should know, she says after a pause, her voice dropping. About Bobik. My attention sharpens instantly. Gaze drifting to where he sits with Maria in the distance. What about him? I discovered his existence during my investigation of Alexe. The clinical term doesn't disguise the intrusion. I realized he was Alexe's greatest vulnerability. I have had video evidence of his existence, proof that could expose him to Alexe's enemies. My blood runs cold at the implication. What did you do with it? Nothing. Besides telling my father. She glances toward Bobik. Genuine remorse, crossing her features. I considered using it. That's when I tried to get rid of you, with Imelda and the poison. I thought if you were gone, I could replace you, become part of Alexe's family that way. Tears begin to stream down her face, surprising us both. I've done some pretty terrible things. Stella. She reaches into her pocket, withdrawing a small USB drive. This contains everything. The videos, the documentation. I want you to make it disappear. I take the drive, feeling the weight of trust this represents. Without hesitation, I place it on the gravel path and crush it under my heel, grinding until the plastic cracks and the circuitry inside splinters. Sophia watches, relief visibly washing over her. Thank you, she whispers as I collect the pieces, shoving them into my pants pocket. I'll dispose of them later. We're silent for a few minutes, both lost in our own thoughts, until I turn to her. Why did you... I hesitate. Why did you try to kill yourself yesterday, I ask. The question that's been haunting me since finding her in the forest. She looks down at her hands, tears still flowing. My father is dead. Johnny's dead. The revenge plot feels hollow now. And when I realized you were my sister that I'd been trying to destroy my own blood, she shakes her head. There's no point in me living. The raw despair in her voice strikes directly at my heart. I reach for her hand, covering it with mine. Our fingers intertwine naturally. That's not true. I say firmly. You have me now. You have family. She looks up, disbelief, warring with desperate hope in her eyes. After everything I've done, you can't possibly want me in your life. We've both been victims of circumstances beyond our control. Isai. But now we have a choice about what happens next. In the distance, Bobik laughs at something Maria has said, the sound carrying across the garden like a reminder of innocence and joy still possible in this complicated world. I don't know how to be a sister. Sophia admits vulnerability, replacing her usual mask of control. I don't know how to be part of a family. We'll learn together. I squeeze her hand gently. The spring breeze stirs the cherry blossoms above us, sending a shower of pale petals spiraling around our bench. Some land in Sophia's dark hair like tiny stars against a night sky. For the first time, I see a genuine smile touch her lips, hesitant. Unpracticed, but real. I like that, she whispers. As we sit together under the flowering tree, I feel something shift between us. Not forgiveness exactly. Not yet. But the possibility of it. You'll never have to be alone again. I promise. And in that moment, I truly mean it.
Chapter 41. Alexe. I straighten the papers on my desk for the third time, checking my watch against the ornate clock on the wall. 10 minutes until my next appointment. An appointment I arranged through Diana, rather than setting it myself. A conversation I'm not looking forward to, but know is necessary. For Stella. I remind myself. The guilt surfaces unexpectedly. A sharp stab beneath my ribs, as I recall Sophia in the forest clearing. Gun to her head. How much of her despair stems from my actions? The public rejection at our arranged wedding was business. Not personal, but to her. The humiliation was very personal. And then there's her father. I killed Sergei Novikov with my own hands. Threw him across a public restroom after he made a dismissive comment about Bobik and his condition. Business and personal intertwined, as they always do in our world. I don't regret eliminating a threat to my family and business. But I can't deny the consequences, Sophia. Already unstable. Lost her only remaining family. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. Come in. I call, my voice carefully neutral. The door opens to reveal Sophia Novikova, the woman I've spent the entire morning not wanting to speak to. Alexe, she says, her voice lacking its usual sharp edge. She looks better than she did in the forest. Color returned to her face. Just a small bandage over the stitches in her forehead, but fragility clings to her. The composed, calculating woman I once knew has been replaced by someone more vulnerable. More human. Sophia. I gesture to the chair opposite my desk. Sit. She moves carefully, lowering herself into the leather chair. Her eyes dart around my office, taking in the expensive furnishings. The security detail visible through the windows. The family photos I've angled slightly away from visitors' view. Her gaze lingers briefly on a photo of Stella, with Polina, her biological sister and niece. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Isai. Falling back on business formalities to navigate this bizarre situation. I thought it was time we discussed certain arrangements. Arrangement, she repeats, her tone cautious. I lean forward slightly, resting my forearms on the desk. Stella has explained your connection to her, your biological relationship. Sophia notes once, her expression guarded. She has, I'm willing to accept you as part of our family. I continue. Still neutral. All business. Given your blood connection to Stella and my daughter, Her eyebrows lift slightly, the only visible reaction to what must be an unexpected statement. For Stella, I would endure much worse than facing a woman I jilted at the altar. Stella wants her sister in her life, which means I must find a way to deal with this mess. This arrangement is purely for Stella's benefit. Wanting no misunderstandings. She believes having you in her life, in Polina's life, is important. Sophia studies me for a long moment, as if searching for the trap beneath my words. And you're okay with this? After everything, the question hangs between us, loaded with our complicated history. The arranged marriage, the public rejection, her attempts to undermine my business with Gianni, the poisoning attempt on Stella. I'm practical. I answer finally. You're Stella's blood. That makes you family. Regardless of our past, family is important to me. Sophia doesn't respond immediately, her fingers tracing the edge of the armrest. I won't disrupt your lives or cause any trouble, she says finally. I've had time to think since the forest. I understand now that my actions were wrong. The sincerity in her voice surprises me. I expected manipulation. Maybe an attempt to leverage her new status for advantage. Instead, I see something I recognize from my own mirror, the face of someone who has stared into the abyss and returned, changed. Your emotional state is a problem, I say bluntly. I'm willing to facilitate professional help, therapy, medication, whatever specialists recommend. Sophia looks genuinely startled by this offer. Why would you do that? Sophia doesn't know it. But I'm partially responsible for her broken state. This offer is as much penance as it is family duty. I can never tell her I killed her father. That revelation would destroy any chance of peace between us, but I can attempt to mitigate the damage I've caused because you're important to Stella, I say instead. And because no one should face those demons alone. Something shifts in her expression, a slight softening around the eyes, a barely perceptible relaxation of her shoulders. Thank you, she says quietly. I would appreciate that help. I nod. Moving to the next practical matter. Until you recover, you're welcome to stay in the manor. The guest suite in the left wing can be yours for the time being. That's very generous, she says, genuine surprise coloring her voice. We'll need to establish certain boundaries. I continue, maintaining the businesslike tone that seems to be working. Security protocols, scheduled family time, gradual integration. But those details can be worked out with time. Sophia's composure slips slightly, revealing the depth of her loneliness. I've never really had a family before. Not a real one. My father was... She stops, pain flashing across her features at the mention of Sergei. Guilt twists in my gut again. I push it down, focusing on the present. This is unusual for both of us. I acknowledge, but for Stella's sake, we'll make it work. For Stella. She agrees, then adds hesitantly, and for Polina, too. I'd like to know my niece. The word niece sounds strange, coming from her lips, but not unwelcome. Despite everything, I find myself feeling like this arrangement might actually work. Sophia's suicide attempt suggests she's hit rock bottom. Sometimes that's where redemption begins. I've seen it in Bratva members, in business associates, in myself. One step at a time. Usai, rising from my chair to show our meeting is ending. We'll start with your recovery, then build from there. She stands as well, smoothing her skirt with hands that tremble slightly, a tell she would have never allowed before. I know you're doing this for Stella, not for me, she says, but I appreciate it anyway. I move around the desk, reducing the physical barrier between us. It's a calculated gesture of trust, though I remain alert to any sign of deception. Old habits die hard. We both care about Stella. Isai, that's enough common ground to begin with. I pause, considering my next words carefully. But do not, for one moment, I think this gives you special privileges. Sophia, I say quietly, an undertone of menace evident. These people are my world. If you do anything to harm any one of them, there will be consequences. Do you understand me? Her expression flickers, and I wait for a sign of the old Sophia's manipulation to surface. It doesn't. I understand. I would never. Of course you would never. I continue in the same quiet tone, because if I ever hear even the slightest rumor of what goes on in these walls, if one word of Bobek's existence starts to circulate, I lean forward slightly. They would never, ever find your body. Sophia. Her face pales and her throat works. Her head bobs quickly. She licks suddenly dry lips. It will never happen. Alexe. Not from my mouth. I swear it. I narrow my eyes on her face for a moment, still looking for those old patterns of deceit. All I see is a scared, broken woman. Broken, in part, because of me. I straighten. Good, I say briskly. Then we will get along just fine. Sophia nods, then extends her hand in a formal gesture that acknowledges our new, cautious alliance. I take it briefly, the handshake sealing our unusual arrangement. As I watch her leave my office, I'm struck by how quickly life can change course. A week ago, Sophia Novikova was an enemy, a threat to eliminate. Today, she is family damaged. Complicated family, but family nonetheless. The Bratva taught me that blood is everything. Now I'm learning that lesson in ways I never anticipated, extending the protection of my name to a woman who once tried to destroy everything I built. For Stella, for my children, these are the justifications I offer myself. But as I return to my desk, I acknowledge the truth beneath those reasons: guilt, responsibility, the weight of knowing I've shattered lives and must now attempt to reassemble the pieces into something that resembles redemption. Not just for Stella, for myself as well. Chapter 42, Alexe. I can't fucking sit still. I'm pacing the sterile corridor outside the operating room. 7 steps in one direction. Pivot. 7 steps back. A pointless circuit that accomplishes nothing except burning the restless energy that threatens to consume me. Pizdets. What's taking so fucking long? My stomach twists into knots that would impress a sailor. My mouth tastes like metal. Every muscle in my body feels spring-loaded. primed for action. But there's nothing to do. Nothing except wait. 4 hours into the surgery, with potentially 4 more to go. 8 fucking hours while strangers cut into my son's spine, implanting experimental technology that could allow him to walk. Or it might leave him exactly as before, with the added knowledge that this was our last chance. If this fails, it'll show that he's not a candidate for this type of procedure, and he'll be in a wheelchair forever. Malhotra added that little nugget of information at our last meeting, with the caveat that he was certain it would succeed. I advised him that if it turned out he could do no more for my son, he would have no further use to me. And we all knew what happened to people I had no use for. This will work. It will fucking work. I glance at the 3 women seated in the waiting area. Stella sits perfectly still, hands folded in her lap. A picture of composed support despite the pallor of her face. My mother flanks her on one side, lips moving in silent prayer, occasionally crossing herself in the Orthodox tradition. Diana occupies the chair on Stella's other side, her foot tapping a nervous rhythm against the floor, scrolling mindlessly through her phone without really seeing it. 3 different responses to the same unbearable tension. None of them can pace like me. None of them feels the weight of this moment like I do. None of them, niet. That's unfair. They all love Bobik. They're all invested in this outcome. They're just handling it differently. Doctor. Malhotra's explanation of the procedure replays in my mind for the 100th fucking time today. The neurofusion implants are microscopic marvels of bioengineering, designed to bridge damaged neural pathways in Bobik's spinal cord. Unlike the previous surgery's crude mechanical approach that introduced so-called intelligent nanobots to Bobik's spinal column, these implants contain AI algorithms that adapt to his specific neural patterns, encouraging natural regeneration while creating artificial connections where needed. The procedure is delicate. Malhotra had explained, we're essentially rewiring the communication system between his brain and lower body. The AI component is what makes this revolutionary. It learns and adapts to his specific neural architecture. I understood the technical aspects. I'd researched obsessively, read every available paper on the technology, consulted specialists globally. But understanding doesn't ease the knot of fear. That's been my constant companion since we scheduled this operation. My mind stuffs toe Bobik this morning, his small face solemn, yet determined as the nurses prepared him for surgery. It's okay if it doesn't work. Papa, he'd said, squeezing my hand with surprising strength. I'm still me. Either way, the memory tightens my throat. Almost 11 years old, and already wiser than most adults I know. Already prepared for disappointment in a way no child should have to be. It will work. I told him with a conviction I didn't entirely feel. But yes, you're still you. Either way, the best you. He'd smiled then. That smile that transforms his entire face and makes him look so much like his mother. Maybe I'll race you soon. Maybe you will. Malush. The operating room doors swing open, and my fucking heart stops. But it's just a nurse, heading in the opposite direction. Not even looking our way. False alarm number 12, or is it 13? I've lost count in the endless stretch of this day. I glance at the clock. 4 hours and 17 minutes. The second hand seems to move through molasses, each tick requiring Herculean effort. Stella rises from her chair, approaching me with that quiet grace that still catches me off guard sometimes. "You need to rest," she says softly, taking my hand. Her fingers are cold against my overheated skin. "Just for a moment." "I can't," I reply, but I allow her to guide me to the chair she vacated. Diana immediately stands, murmuring something about coffee, and retreating down the corridor. My mother continues her prayers, the soft Russian phrases creating a soothing backdrop to my chaotic thoughts. Gospodi pomiluj. Gospodi pomiluj. Gospodi pomiluj. Lord, have mercy. The ancient litany repeated in my mother's trembling voice. "He's strong," Stella whispers, her hand still holding mine. "Stronger than we give him credit for." The irony isn't lost on me. The daughter of the man who caused my son's condition now sits beside me, praying for its cure. Bobek's entire life in a wheelchair. The result of Stella's drunk father and a pair of mishandled forceps during delivery. Life has a twisted sense of humor, bringing us full circle to this moment. Yet there's no bitterness in the thought. How could there be, when Stella has shown nothing but fierce love for my son since entering our lives? When she fights for his happiness as determinedly as I do, when our daughter Bobek's half-sister sleeps peacefully at home with her nurse, unaware that her brother's future hangs in the balance today. We are bound by blood and choices, some good, some terrible, yet here we sit, unified by love for my boy. 5 hours pass, then 6. Timid Alexe. Each minute, stretching into what feels like hours. The extended duration feeds my anxiety. Is something wrong? Has there been a complication, Dr. Dashin? Malhotra warned us the procedure would be lengthy. But as the 7th hour approaches, I can't help but imagine the worst. A second unsuccessful operation. The final extinguishing of hope. The conversation I'll have to have with Bobek, explaining that sometimes even the most advanced medicine has limitations. My mouth is desert dry. My back aches from the uncomfortable chair I've finally surrendered to. Diana has returned with coffee that's grown cold in our hands, untouched. My mother's prayers have become almost trance-like. A continuous murmur that's both comforting and maddening. Come on, in this sterile corridor. Stripped of wealth and power, I am nothing but a father waiting to hear if his son will walk. All my resources, connections, influence useless in the face of medical reality and biological chance. I've never felt more helpless, not even as a child facing my father's rage. Biod, I mutter under my breath, scrubbing a hand over my face. What's taking so fucking long? No one answers. There is no answer. 7 hours and 22 minutes after they wheeled my son into surgery. The operating room doors swing open. This time, it's not a random nurse or technician. It's Dr. Malhotra, still in surgical scrubs. His face mask pulled down to reveal an expression I struggle to read. The world narrows to his face, to the lines around his eyes, to the set of his mouth. Everything else the hospital sounds. My family's presence. My own heartbeat fades into background static. My mother stops praying mid-sentence. Diana freezes in her renewed pacing. Stella's hand grips my arm with bruising force. Dr. Malhotra approaches. His steps measured. Deliberate. The distance between us seems infinite, yet close in un instant. Mr. Tarasov, he says, and I search his tone for clues. Finding none. The surgery is complete. Chapter 43. Alexe. My heart is pounding so hard that I swear it will bruise my ribcage. I stare at Doctor Malhotra's face, searching for any hint of twitch. A micro-expression. Anything that might telegraph the outcome before his words reach me. Telus. God damn it. My voice is rough, stripped of its usual command. Just fucking tell us, Doctor. Malhotra's eyes soften slightly. The implantation was successful. All 16 neurofusion nodes are in place and functioning as designed. Beside me, Stella's intake of breath is sharp. Her hand finds me. Fingers intertwining with surprising strength. The AI integration is proceeding as expected. Malhotra continues. Neural activity readings show promising initial response in the damaged areas. The implants are already beginning to map his specific neural architecture. And what does that mean, I ask? Struggling to maintain composure. In terms of results, it means we have reason for cautious optimism. His precise, measured tone suggests he's choosing each word carefully. The next 72 hours are critical for monitoring integration and preventing rejection. After that, we'll begin a carefully structured rehabilitation program designed to work with the AI learning algorithms. Chances. The single word is all I can manage. Malhotra's expression remains measured. Based on what we're seeing, there's approximately a 65% chance Bobik will gain significant lower body function. Walking with assistance is a reasonable expectation within 6 months. Independent mobility, potentially, even running within the next year. 65%. Better odds than I expected. Yet still leaving significant room for failure. I swallow hard, forcing my next question past the tightness in my throat. And the other, 35% ranges from minimal improvement to no change in his current condition. Malhotra holds my gaze steadily. I need to emphasize that we're in uncharted territory. Mr. Tarasov, Bobik is the first pediatric patient to receive this specific configuration of implants. The AI component makes predictions challenging each patient's neural system will interact with the technology differently. So we need to be patient. Stella says softly. Malhotra notes. Exactly. The implants will continue learning and adapting to Bobik's specific neural patterns. This isn't a traditional surgery with immediate results. It's the beginning of a process. Something warm and wet forms at the corners of my eyes. I blink rapidly, but it's too late. Tears spill down my cheeks in silent tracks. Fuck. In the space of a few months, I've shed what feels like a gallon of motherfucking tears. Stella's hand tightens around mine, and I realize she's crying too. Silent tears, matching my own. In this sterile hospital corridor, stripped of pretense and power, we're simply parents clinging to hope for their child. When can we see him? I ask, not bothering to wipe the moisture from my face. is being moved to recovery now. You can visit briefly, though he'll remain sedated for at least 12 hours to minimize movement during the initial integration phase. Inod, unable to form words. Stella speaks for both of us. Thank you, Doctor, for everything. I'll check in again this evening. Malhotra says the nursing staff has my direct number. If there are any concerns before then, he walks away, leaving us in a bubble of cautious hope. I take a deep breath, steadying myself before turning to Stella. 65%. I say, quietly. Better than 0. She responds, a small smile forming through her tears. My mother and Diana approach from the waiting area, questions in their eyes. I give them the abbreviated version, successful surgery. Cautious optimism. Waiting game. More tears. More embraces. I arrange for them to return to Blackwood Manor, while Stella and I stay with Bobek. The recovery room is dimly lit. The soft beeping of monitors, creating a rhythmic backdrop to our vigil. Bobek looks impossibly small in the hospital bed, his dark hair stark against the white pillow. A thin tube delivers oxygen through his nose, and various wires connect him to monitoring equipment. A specialized brace stabilizes his spine, visible above the light blanket covering him. I approach carefully, as if my presence might somehow disturb the delicate technology now integrated with his nervous system. My hand hovers over his before gently covering it. We're here, Sinok. I whisper in Russian. Papa and Stella are here. His face remains peaceful. Untroubled by the momentous procedure his body has just undergone, or the technology now working within him. I don't make promises about running or walking. Those words will wait until we have certainty. Instead, I simply maintain contact, my thumb tracing small circles on the back of his hand. Stella stands on the opposite side of the bed, her expression tender as she adjusts Bobek's blanket. He looks so peaceful, she observes quietly. Da. I agree. Struck by the contrast between the major medical intervention and the serene appearance of my sleeping son, like nothing happened at all. We stay until the nurses gently suggest we get some rest, promising to call immediately if anything changes. With reluctance, I leave my son in their capable hands, knowing the next days and weeks will bring their own challenges. Yet somehow, I have the feeling that Stella will stay by my side through it all, just as she has in the days leading up to this moment. We haven't addressed the elephant in the room yet, our relationship and all that it brings with it. But it's time we dealt with that now. She's had enough time to think it over. I'm going to take the bull by the horns. Chapter 44, Alexe. The drive back to Blackwood Manor passes in silence. Both of us lost in our thoughts. Exhaustion weighs on my shoulders. The cumulative stress of the past week's Bobek's operation. My father's death. My mother's return. Stella and Sophia's relationship. It's all catching up to me. As we enter through the main doors, Diana meets us in the foyer, her questioning gaze searching our faces. He's stable. I tell her. He's resting now. We'll go back in the morning. Once he wakes up, she notes, squeezing my arm. I've arranged for a light dinner if you're hungry. Maybe later. I need to shower first. I'll check on Polina. Stella adds. her voice soft with fatigue. We part ways in the main corridor, and I return to my room, retreating to my shower where I wash away the stink of hospital air and fear. That's behind us now. Bobik is going to be fine, changing into casual pants and a sweatshirt. I'm going through my email when there's a knock at the door. I move to open it, then stand frozen as I look down into Stella's face. Like me, she's freshly showered, her damp hair curling in tendrils onto her shoulders. "Hi," she says softly, then hesitates, as if not sure what to say next. "Is everything all right?" I frown. She nods. "Yes, She pulls in a breath. "I'd like to stay with you tonight." When I don't answer, she adds, "If that's okay, sure." I and step aside, not saying more. It's been a long day, and this is a lot. But it seems to me that she's had similar thoughts to mine. It's time to deal with this thing between us. About damn time. I'm done waiting. Inside my bedroom, Stella stands near the window, gazing out at the darkened grounds while I watch her, my arms folded across my chest. The air between us feels charged, weighted with unspoken words. "Alexe," she finally says, turning to face me. "I've been thinking a lot about us, about everything." I wait, giving her space to continue. "What happened with my parents?" She takes a deep breath. "I understand why you did it. I don't condone it. I can't. But I understand." Her green eyes meet mine steadily. "My father, he destroyed your son's future because of his negligence. And she swallows hard. If someone hurt Polina that way, I can't say I wouldn't want revenge too." I cross the room to her, stopping just short of touching her. "Stella, let me finish," she says. "What I'm trying to say is that I love you, Alexe, despite everything, or maybe because of everything. I love who you are with Bobik, with Polina, with me, Koroshi." I say gruffly, "That's good, because I love you too, Zaychik, more than I thought possible." She exhales sharply and cups her mouth with both hands. "Oh, thank God," she says between her fingers. I thought. What did you think?" "Stella," I cock my head. "That I could feel any other way about you after everything we've faced together, I wasn't sure." She says breathlessly, "It's been weeks since I told you that I need to think things through. And you haven't," she trails off. "Haven't what forced you to love me." My lips twitch up because it's crossed my mind. I'm not a patient man, Zaychik, but I am a reasonable one. Expecting you to overlook what I did would be unreasonable. I needed you to come to me in your own time. When you were ready, I move a little closer. "Are you ready now?" She nods, her eyes wide. Yes. I am good. Isai, because there's something I need to ask you. I take her hands in mine, staring down into her face. Be my wife. Stella. Stay with me. Build this family with me. What you mean? Her eyes widen, tears gathering at the corners. You're asking me to marry you, Da. I chuckle softly. I'm asking you to marry me. Woman. Her throat works, and then she nods. Yes, she breathes. Oh, may God. Yes, I'll marry you. Alexe Tarasov. Excellent. That's exactly the answer I wanted to hear. I pull her against me, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly deepens with hunger and need. Her body melts into mine, her arms winding around my neck as I lift her, carrying her to the bed. Our clothes fall away piece by piece, revealing skin flushed with desire. I trace the curve of her breast with exploring fingers, watching her eyes darken as my thumb circles her nipple. She arches into my touch, a soft moan escaping her lips. I need you, she whispers, pulling me down to her. I kiss a path down her body, lingering at the sensitive spot below her ear, the hollow of her throat, the underside of her breast. Her skin tastes of soap and something exquisitely her, and I savor each inch. When I reach the apex of her thighs, her legs part for me, an invitation I eagerly accept. I settle between Stella's thighs, spreading them wider with gentle pressure from my palms. The sight of her laid out before me flushed skin, heavy-lidded eyes, chest rising and falling with quickened breath sends heat coursing through my veins. Even now, with everything we've shared, the raw vulnerability she shows me feels like a gift I haven't earned. You're fucking beautiful. Zajczyk. I murmur against the soft skin of her inner thigh. She shivers at the brush of my beard against sensitive flesh. Alexe. She breathes, her fingers tangling in my hair. I take my time, deliberately building anticipation. My lips trace random patterns across her thighs, close enough to her pussy to make her squirm, but never quite where she wants me. A sharp intake of her breath when I nip the tender skin near her hip sends a jolt straight to my cock. Please, she whispers, lifting her hips slightly. The desperation in her voice feeds something primal in me. Patience. Zajczyk. I murmur, my breath hot against her core. I've waited so fucking long to taste you. Her thighs tremble under my hands. The sweet musk of her arousal fills my senses, drawing me closer. When I finally drag my tongue along the length of her slit, she bucks off the bed with a strangled cry. That might be my name. I grip her hips firmly, holding her in place as I explore her with deliberate precision. Slow, broad strokes alternate with quick flicks across her clit. I read her responses like I'm decoding valuable intel, the hitch in her breathing when I suck gently, the way her thighs tighten against my shoulders when I probe deeper with my tongue. Fuck, she gasps, her voice thickening with arousal. Right there. I smile against her, focusing my attention exactly where she wants it. The power of reducing this strong woman to wordless sounds feeds something dark and possessive in my chest. Only I get to see her like this, completely unraveled, defenseless with pleasure. Only I know the precise rhythm that makes her fall apart. My throbbing cock strains against the mattress, demanding attention I refuse to give. This moment is about her pleasure, not mine. About watching her come undone under my mouth. about reminding her what we have together. Beyond the complicated web of our shared history, I slip 2 fingers inside her, curling them against her smooth walls. The wetness I find there is overwhelming, slick and hot around my fingers as I establish a steady rhythm. Alexe, I'm close. She warns, her voice pitched higher than normal. So close, I increase the pressure of my tongue, flicking relentlessly across her clit, while my fingers work inside her. Her inner walls begin to clench around me, her thighs trembling with the first signs of release. Come apart. Zaychik, I command against her sensitive flesh. Let me taste you. The combination of physical sensation and words pushes her over the edge. She shatters with a cry that echoes through my bedroom, her hips thrusting up sharply as pleasure claims her. I maintain the pressure, gentler now, but still unrelenting, drawing out her orgasm until she's gasping and pushing weakly at my shoulders. No more, she pleads, oversensitized. I can't. I give her one last, deliberate lick before raising my head, taking in the vision of her post-orgasm. Her hair splays across my pillow in chestnut waves, her skin flushed pink from chest to cheeks, her eyes half closed in drowsy satisfaction. My cock throbs painfully at the sight. I slide up her body, positioning myself above her. The head of my cock nudges at her entrance, slick and welcoming from her orgasm. Look at me, I command softly. Her eyes flutter open, green irises, nearly swallowed by dilated pupils. The naked desire I see there makes my chest tighten. This woman, this complicated, maddening, incredible woman sees every dark piece of me and still looks at me like this. Я тебя люблю. I love you. Isai. The words still new and strange in my mouth, but no less true. She reaches up to trace my jawline, her thumb brushing my bottom lip. Я тоже тебя люблю. I love you. And too, she whispers, and the raw honesty in her voice threatens to undo me completely. I push into her in one smooth stroke, both of us groaning at the sensation. The tight, wet heat of her body, welcoming mine, steals my breath. I remain still for a moment, forehead pressed to hers, savoring the perfection of our joining. You feel like forever, I murmur, the words escaping before I can censor them. I've never been much of a romantic. This woman makes me want to quote fucking poetry. Her eyes widen slightly before a smile tugs at her lips. So do you? She admits. I begin to move then, setting a deliberate pace that builds gradually. Each thrust pushes deeper, claiming every inch of her. Her hands roam my back, nails scoring my skin when I hit a particularly sensitive spot. The slight sting only heightens my pleasure, reminding me that she's just as hungry for this connection as I am. Harder, she demands, wrapping her legs around my waist, ankles hooked over my ass. I drive into her with increased force. The headboard knocks rhythmically against the wall, the sound punctuating our harsh breathing and tangled moans. I grip her hip and angle her up until my cock bumps up against a spot deep inside her that has her writhing beneath me. She gasps, her inner muscles clenching around me in response. There, she breathes. Yes, Right there. I maintained the angle, pounding into her with controlled force. A fine sheen of sweat covers both our bodies, making our skin slip and slide together in the most delicious way. The wet sounds of our joining, the musky scent of sex, it floods my senses until there's nothing in the world but Stella beneath me, around me, consuming me. Touch yourself. I direct, needing to see her come again, needing to feel her spasm around my cock. She obeys without hesitation, her fingers sliding down her body, finding her clit and circling in time with my thrusts. The sight nearly finishes me, her hand working between us, her head thrown back in pleasure, her eyes half-lidded but fixed on mine. I'm close. Ivan here, feeling the tension building at the base of my spine. Me too. She gasps. Together, I increase my pace, chasing our mutual release. Each thrust now is bordering on violent, the bed frame protesting beneath us. But Stella meets me, stroke for stroke, her body arching to take me deeper, her fingers working faster against her clit. When she begins to shudder beneath me, inner walls clamping down on my cock in rhythmic pulses, it triggers my own release. I bury myself to the hilt inside her and let go, my climax tearing through me with an intensity that is mind-numbing. White-hot pleasure floods my system as I empty myself inside her, marking her from within. Stella. I groan, my voice so rough, it's barely my own. Moya. Mine. Her second orgasm seems to last forever, her body milking every last drop from me as we ride out the waves together. She clings to me, face buried in my neck, making those little gasping sounds that I've grown addicted to hearing. Eventually, the intensity subsides, leaving us trembling in its wake. I remain inside her, unwilling to break our connection just yet. Her hands trace lazy patterns across my back, soothing the scratches she left in her passion. I'm sorry I took so long to come to you. She smiles, her lips swollen from kisses. Me too. I agree, pressing a kiss to her temple. But we'll make up for it. Eventually, I roll to my side, bringing her with me. So we remain in contact. Her leg drapes over my hip. Her arm rests across my chest. Her head tucks neatly beneath my chin. The perfect fit, as if her body was designed specifically to complement mine. As our breathing slows and her body grows heavier against mine, I find myself marveling at the unlikely path that brought us here. From enemies to lovers, from strangers to family, from revenge to redemption. I meant what I said. I murmur against her hair. Marry me. Stella. She tilts her head back to look at me. Eyes still hazy with satisfaction, but suddenly serious. I meant my answer. She replies softly. Yes. Son. I press. I don't want to wait. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. Afraid I'll change my mind, I brush a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. Afraid life will interrupt again. We've wasted too much time already. She studies me for a moment, then nods. A small ceremony. Just family. Just family. I agree. Thinking of the unusual collection of people we now call our own Bobik. Polina. Diana. My mother, Sasha. Vasya, if he can be persuaded to travel. Maybe even Sophia. A far cry from the traditional Brafa wedding that was planned for Sophia and me, with its hundreds of guests and political overtones. This will be something real, something true. Spi. Lubov moya. I murmur, my lips moving against the top of her head. Sleep, my love. Tomorrow will be another big day. The waiting has only just begun. But I'll be right there with you, she murmurs, her voice husky with exhaustion. I know. I whisper. I press a kiss to her forehead, grateful for her presence, for her strength. The woman who once seemed a complication in my carefully ordered life has become essential to it, a partner in both joy and sorrow. As sleep approaches, my mind returns to Dr. Pace. Malhotra's words. 65% chance of success. 6 months to a year before potential independent walking. I allow myself to imagine it Bobik taking his first steps. Him and Polina running together through the gardens of Blackwood Manor. 2 siblings chasing each other in the sunshine. Stella's eyes drift closed, her breathing deepening. I watch the subtle changes in her face as she transitions from wakefulness, the softening around her mouth, the slight flutter of her eyelids, the complete relaxation of the tiny furrow that often appears between her brows. In this moment of perfect peace, with Stella warm and sated in my arms, I allow myself to hope for Bobik's recovery, for our future together, for the family we're building from broken pieces and second chances. The path ahead won't be easy, I have no illusions about that. The Bratva will always demand its pound of flesh. Old enemies and new threats will emerge, and the ghosts of our past will never completely vanish. But for now, in the quiet sanctuary of our bed, I permit myself this moment of uncomplicated happiness. With my fingertips, I trace the delicate curve of Stella's shoulder, the graceful line of her neck, the soft swell of her breast, memorizing her by touch, as if I could somehow preserve this perfect moment through the language of skin on skin. Tomorrow, we'll return to the hospital. We'll face whatever news Malhotra has for us about Bobik's operation. We'll navigate the complex dynamics of my mother's return. But tonight, I hold Stella close and breathe in the scent of her hair, letting sleep claim me with a rare sense of peace. For once, the nightmares stay at bay.
Chapter 45. Stella, 3 months later. The stained glass windows of the small chapel cast jewel-toned patterns across the polished wooden floors. White and red roses adorn the modest altar, and line the aisle, traditional symbols of unity and passion that seem particularly fitting for our unconventional love story. I smooth the silk of my dress. A simple but elegant design that Diana helped me choose, and take a deep breath. In moments, I'll become Stella Tarasova. A year ago, I would have laughed at the impossibility of this moment or perhaps recoiled in horror. Looking back at our beginning, it seems impossible that we began with a one-night stand in a hotel room, that the man I'm about to marry once ordered an attack on my father, that we've navigated trauma, betrayal, and forgiveness to arrive at this place of profound love and healing. The small gathering of guests creates an intimate atmosphere, exactly what we wanted. No elaborate society wedding with hundreds of strangers and business associates, just family and a handful of trusted friends. Security personnel maintain a discreet presence at the perimeter, a necessary precaution given Alexe's position. But they blend seamlessly into the background. Maria sits in the front row, resplendent in a pale blue dress that brings out her eyes, Alexe's eyes. She cradles Polina in her arms. My 3-month-old daughter dressed in a miniature white dress with a tiny flower crown nestled in her dark curls. Beside them sits Bobek, his face alight with excitement. 3 months after his groundbreaking surgery, he's shown remarkable progress. Small movements in his toes, increased sensation in his legs, promising signs that the neurofusion implants are working as hoped. And then, something I never would have expected, Sophia. My sister occupies the seat beside Bobek, her hand occasionally reaching over to straighten his tie or smooth his hair in a gesture that has become natural over recent weeks. Her integration into our family remains a work-in-progress therapy sessions, careful boundaries, gradual trust building, but her presence here today speaks volumes about how far we've come. My phone buzzes with an incoming video call. Hannah's smiling face appears on the screen, her red curls wild as ever despite the formal occasion. "You look absolutely stunning," she says, her voice slightly distorted by the connection. "I wish I could be there in person." "Me too," I reply, feeling a pang of sadness that my best friend is missing this moment. Her work with an ongoing investigation has kept her tied to Washington. But knowing you're watching means everything. I wouldn't miss it. And we'll celebrate properly when you get back from your honeymoon. Her expression turns mischievous. "Speaking of which, says he told you where you're going yet. Still a complete mystery." I laugh. "All I know is to pack for warm weather. Classic Alexe," she says with a knowing smile. "I should let you go. It's almost time. I love you. Stells." "Love you too. Hun." I end the call just as a minor commotion at the chapel entrance catches my attention. My heart nearly stops when I recognize the tall figure stepping through the doorway, Nick. My brother, whom I haven't seen in months despite numerous attempts to contact him. Beside him stands a petite woman with honey blonde hair. Unfamiliar but clearly important, given her place at his side. My mouth falls open. Nick's eyes find mine across the chapel, and a sheepish smile crosses his face. Without hesitation, I rush toward him. Protocol. Forgotten. "You came," I whisper, embracing him tightly. "Couldn't miss my sister's wedding," he replies, his voice rough with emotion. "Stells, I'm sorry for being MIA. I've been getting my life together." He gestures to the woman beside him. "This is Candace. She's the reason I'm clean. 6 months, sober now." The blonde woman smiles warmly, extending her hand. "I've heard so much about you, Stella." Nick talks about his brilliant sister constantly. I take her hand, speechless with gratitude and joy. My family circle has changed so dramatically. I've lost my parents but gained a mother in Maria, a sister in Sophia, and now a husband in the man I once feared. Having Nick return, healthy and sober, feels like the final piece falling into place. "We need to get you seated." Isai, signaling to Diana, who quickly arranges places for them. The ceremony's about to start. As if unque, the chapel doors open fully, and my breath catches in my throat. Alexe stands in the entrance, a dark vision in a perfectly tailored black suit that emphasizes his broad shoulders and commanding presence. But it's his expression that truly stops my heart open. Vulnerable, radiating a joy I've rarely seen him display so publicly. Our eyes lock across the space between us. and the rest of the world seems to fade away. The journey that brought us here from enemies to reluctant allies, to lovers, to parents, to this moment flashes through my mind in vivid detail. Every argument, every revelation, every tender moment that gradually transformed hatred into something so profound, it defies simple categorization. Alexe begins his walk toward the altar, Vasya at his side, serving as his witness. His brother's imposing height and build nearly match Alexei's, yet there's a tenderness in Vasya's expression today that softens his usually intimidating presence. Diana takes her position as my witness, elegant in a deep emerald dress that complements her auburn hair, her smile encouraging as she squeezes my hand. The traditional wedding march begins, and I move forward, each step bringing me closer to my future. Alexe watches my approach with an intensity that sends warmth spreading through my body. The slight tremor in his hands as they clasp before him reveals that beneath his composed exterior, he's as moved by this moment as I am. When I reach him, he takes my hands in his praise. Krasivu, he whispers. Beautiful. The single word carries the weight of 1,000 endearments. The priest begins the ceremony, a blend of Orthodox traditions honoring our Russian heritage. The familiar words wash over me as I stand before Alexe, our hands joined, our eyes never leaving each other's. Alexe Tarasov, do you take Stella Fermont to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold. From this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. Until death do you part, I do, he says, his voice steady and sure, the Russian accent more pronounced with emotion. Stella Fermont, do you take Alexe Tarasov to be your lawfully wedded husband? To have and to hold. From this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. Until death do you part, I do. I respond, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice, despite the emotions threatening to overwhelm me. We exchange rings, simple platinum bands that symbolize our commitment. Alexei's fingers tremble slightly as he slides the ring onto mine, a rare display of vulnerability from a man who prides himself on control. When I place his ring on his finger, I feel the strong, steady pulse beneath my touch, a tangible reminder of the life we now officially share. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. The priest declares, you may kiss the bride. Alexei's hands frame my face with exquisite gentleness as he leans down to claim my lips. The kiss is both tender and possessive, a perfect representation of the complex man I've chosen to spend my life with. Around us, I'm vaguely aware of applause and Polina's happy gurgle, but my focus remains entirely on my husband. My husband, the word feels strange and perfect simultaneously. When we finally separate, I turn to face our small gathering, Alexei's arms securely around my waist. Maria approaches first, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraces us both. Polina reaching out from her arms toward her father. Alexe takes our daughter, cradling her against his chest with an ease that still melts my heart. Moja samia, my family, he says simply, the words carrying profound emotion. Complete. Bobik wheels himself forward, his smile radiant. Does this mean I call you Mama now, he asks me, eyes twinkling with mischief. I kneel to his level, taking his hands in mine. You can call me whatever feels right. I tell him, throat tight with emotion, but I love you the same either way. He nods solemnly before breaking into another grin. I think I'll try, Mama, just to see how it sounds. The celebration moves to the adjacent garden, where champagne flows and a small string quartet plays softly. Nick approaches with Candace, offering congratulations and a promise to be around more. Diana and Vasya engage in what appears to be playful banter while arranging photographs. Sophia stands slightly apart, watching the proceedings with a wistful expression until Maria gently draws her into conversation. In this moment, all the pain and loss that brought us here seems almost worth it. Almost. Not my parents' deaths, nothing could justify that, but the journey of healing. The family we've built from broken pieces over the ashes of the past. The love that emerged from hatred and revenge. There's a beauty in our story's complexity that a simpler tale could never match. Alexe finds me amidst the celebration, a glass of champagne in each hand. Mrs. Tarasov, he says, offering me one with a smile that still makes my heart race. How does it feel? Like coming home? I reply, accepting both the glass and the kiss that follows. Like everything that happened led us exactly where we were meant to be. He touches his glass to mine, the crystal creating a clear, right tone. The us, he says simply, past, present, and future. The us, hecho. Taking a sip from the champagne and savoring this perfect moment of peace after so much turmoil and chaos. Around us, our unconventional family continues to celebrate Maria dancing slowly with Polina. Bobik demonstrating to Nick how he can now wiggle his toes. Sophia laughing at something Diana has said. Security personnel maintain their vigilant watch at the perimeter. A reminder that our world remains dangerous despite this day of joy. But here, in the circle of my husband's arms, watching our daughter and the family we've forged through fire and pain, I feel something I thought I'd lost forever after my parents' deaths. I feel whole. Chapter 46, Stella a year later. It's a beautiful day. The summer garden of Blackwood Manor has been transformed into a sacred space, a white canopy billowing gently in the afternoon breeze. Beneath it stands a simple baptismal font, surrounded by gilded icons and the subtle fragrance of incense. 1-year-old Polina, resplendent in her christening gown, an heirloom that once belonged to Diana, watches the proceedings with solemn dark eyes, nestled securely in her grandmother's arms. Maria Tarasova holds my daughter with infinite care, her silver-streaked hair caught in the sunlight as she gently sways to keep Polina content. The Orthodox priest, Father Mikhail, intones the ancient prayers in melodic Russian, the words flowing like water over stones. Though I struggle to understand every phrase, the sacredness of the moment transcends language. My hand rests instinctively on my slightly rounded belly, the first visible evidence of our second child. At just over 4 months, the pregnancy remains our precious secret, shared only with Alexe until now. Today seems the perfect moment to let our family discover this new blessing. Alexe stands beside me, his posture straight and proud as he watches his mother and daughter. The hard edges that once defined him have softened over the past year, though the strength remains. His hand fits me. Fingers intertwining as Father Mikhail takes Polina from Maria's arms for the triple immersion that symbolizes death and resurrection in Orthodox tradition. I scan the gathered family, marveling at the scene before me. Vasya stands with his wife, completing the broader Tarasov circle. Diana and her new boyfriend, a surprisingly gentle and handsome investment banker who treats her with obvious adoration, occupy seats near the front. Sophia and Nick stand together, an unlikely pair of siblings who found common ground in their shared experiences of healing and recovery. And Bobik, positioned prominently at the front in his wheelchair, watches the ceremony with intelligent eyes that miss nothing. The neurofusion implants have given him increasing mobility over the past year, first sensation, then movement in his toes. then gradual strengthening of his legs. His physical therapy continues daily. Each small victory celebrated. Each setback faced with a fierce determination that mirrors his father's. With his steady improvement have come small changes in Alexe's fear around him. The paranoia of keeping his existence secret have given way to a quiet integration into everyday life. I know it's only a matter of time before Alexe makes Bobek known to the world. The bratva may be brutal, but so is my husband. He'll keep our boys safe. Looking around at our assembled family, once fractured. Now, whole, I marvel at how destiny brought us together through pain, to reach this perfect moment. The ceremony concludes with Father Mikhail making the sign of the cross over Polina's forehead with blessed oil. My daughter, typically active and curious, has remained surprisingly calm throughout the proceedings. As if sensing their importance, Maria receives her back with a grandmother's smile, pressing a kiss to her damp curls. As the formal ceremony transitions to celebration, family members mingle beneath the summer sky. Tables laden with traditional Russian christening, foods, kulich bread, paska dessert, blini, with caviar, await our gathering. Children's toys dot the manicured lawn. Evidence of the family home Blackwood Manor has become. I accept congratulations from the others. Watching Alexe engage in quiet conversation with Vasya, while still keeping Polina in his line of sight. My daughter, now freed from ceremonial constraints and dressed in a simpler outfit, explores the lawn with determined focus, pulling herself up on chairs and taking tentative, wobbling steps before dropping back to a more confident crawl. Conversation stops as everyone notices Polina, pulling herself upright using a garden chair. Though she's been cruising along furniture for weeks, something about her determined expression suggests this moment might be different. She balances precariously, tiny hands releasing the chair as she stands independently for several heartbeats. Look, Sophia whispers, pointing subtly. Look at what she's doing. The family collectively holds its breath as Polina takes one wobbly step forward, then another. Her face scrunches in concentration, arms outstretched for balance. Though she's taken steps before, each new instance of independence feels miraculous. This tiny person who once grew inside me now forging her own path in the world. What catches my attention, however, is her direction. Rather than moving toward Alexe or me, her usual targets, Polina toddles deliberately toward Bobek. Her brother watches with a smile that transforms his serious face, hands gripping the arms of his wheelchair as he leans forward slightly. She's heading for Bobek. Diana murmure, her voice tinged with emotion. Indeed. My daughter traverses the lawn with singular purpose, occasionally dropping to crawl when balance fails, then determinedly pulling herself up again. The family's soft cheers encourage her journey until she reaches Bobek's wheelchair, tiny hands grasping his knees as she looks up at him with a toothless grin of accomplishment. The connection between them has always been special. Bobek reading to her, helping with feedings, being the patient older brother despite his own challenges. Now, as Polina tugs at his knees, something passes between them that defies their age difference. Bobek looks toward Alexe and me with something in his eyes that makes my breath catch. I feel my heart accelerate, recognizing the determination in Bobek's expression, the same determination that carries his father through life's battles. With careful movements, Bobek places his hands on the arms of his wheelchair and begins to push himself upward. The garden falls silent. The only sound is the distant call of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. He stood during physical therapy before, always with assistance, always with support bars, but never like this spontaneous, independent, driven by something beyond medical protocol. His legs tremble with the effort, muscles still rebuilding their strength after years of disuse. For a moment, he simply stands, gripping the wheelchair for stability, his face a study in concentration. Then, with excruciating slowness, he releases one hand and takes a step forward. Beside me, Alexe tenses. His arm tightens around my waist, his body trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. I feel tears streaming down my face, unchecked and unashamed. Polina watches her brother with fascination, her little hands reaching up toward him. When he's steady, she grasps his fingers for support. And together, the toddler taking her first independent steps and the 11-year-old reclaiming his mobility, they move across the lawn in a halting, beautiful dance. Bozze moi, Maria whispers, her hand pressed against her heart. My beautiful children. Sophia slips her hand into mine, her eyes glistening with tears. Nick stands nearby, his expression a mixture of awe and joy. Diana captures the moment on her phone, though no recording could truly preserve the emotional weight of what we're witnessing. This garden has witnessed our family's darkest moments and greatest joys. Now it becomes sacred ground, not through ceremony but through miracle. The siblings move together, step by careful step. Bobik occasionally pausing to steady himself, but never falling, never retreating to the wheelchair left behind. He's walking. I whisper, the words inadequate for the magnitude of the moment. Alexe, he's really walking. My husband's face shows a vulnerability I've rarely seen, even in our most intimate moments. Duh, he says simply, his voice rough with emotion. He is watching my children support each other. I understand that family isn't just what we're born into, but what we build together. Step by difficult step, the child growing beneath my heart will join this circle of love and strength, adding another thread to our complex tapestry. As Bobik and Polina reach us, the family erupts in cheers and applause. Alexe kneels to embrace them both, his powerful frame gentle as he gathers his children close. I join them on the grass, our family circle complete, as hands reach out to include us. Maria, Diana, Sophia, Nick, Vasya, and his family all connected in this moment of pure joy. We did it. Papa, Bobik says, his voice trembling with exertion and emotion. Just like you said I would. Alexei's voice fails him completely. His response, a wordless embrace that says everything words cannot. When he finally looks up at me, over our children's heads, his eyes hold a peace I've never seen before, as if some final piece of his soul has settled into place. The celebration continues around us. But for a moment, we remain in our perfect circle on the summer grass. My hand finds its place over our growing child, completing the loop from past to future. Whatever challenges await and in our world, they surely will. We'll face them as we've faced everything else together, step by step, until we emerge stronger on the other side. For the first time since my parents' deaths, since learning the truth about my sister, since confronting the darkness in Alexei's world and my own, I feel truly at peace. Not because the scars have vanished, they never will, but because we've learned to carry them together, transforming wounds into wisdom and pain into purpose. In the golden summer light of Blackwood Manor's gardens, surrounded by the family we've built from broken pieces, I understand something profound. This is what it means to come full circle.